I am nothing. I'm just another speck in the universe. But what if, just what if, I wanted to be something, do something, and not just be another speck? I want to be something that people could talk about. An amazing writer, doctor, vet, scientist, even just good friends with someone. As long as I'm something. So I guess I am something. I am a speck. A speck that will change everything.
I have trouble making new friends. For me, it's hard. But you know what? I'm not shy anymore. Or scared of what others say. I'm a good person with a big heart. And I don't know why you discriminate me. But why? Why you discriminate me just because I'm different? I like other things. I like other music. You're very different of me. And I don't tell you anything. Because I can make you change. But why? Why you do it to me? You don't see how beautiful I am? Why you lied to me, told me I'm ugly? I am beautiful in my ways. For me, you and everybody is perfect no matter what. No matter what you did, what you are. I'm beautiful too. Why you lied to me? Why?
We may just be kids, this affects us too. We hear the news, we feel the blues. Our voices are small and need to be heard. We may just be kids, we know right from wrong. We need our elders to keep us strong. We may just be kids, listening and understanding is what you can do. We all need guidance to make it through.
They called me the small matriarch. They told me I was the building blocks. So I was. I tried to be everything they ever wanted. I tried to be happy and healthy and a good influence. But it didn't work. They called me the next matriarch, but I can't take care of myself, let alone anyone else. They called me the building blocks, but I am made of sand, not brick or stone. I am the Sandman. I can be useful, but the efforts are for naught because I can only be made into something more fragile than I was before. They say that I am unique, but there are millions of me that are the same or better. They say I am special, that I will do great things, but I am a tiny speck on the beach. I get stepped on. I get kicked. I get washed down over and over again. But I always come back.
We can't run away from the imperfections no one will miss a chance to point out. We can't run away from the whispers of you need to do better. We can't run away from the problems that everybody talks about but never takes action. Teens, your emotions are raw, yet your walls are stronger than you. Letting people in taught you to never trust again, but now you're alone because you've been so set on building your walls, you don't know how to get out. Teens, life may not be the best bit in our eyes, but hey, we always have make-believe.
With this poem, it represents me a lot because I put all my feelings and a little bit of my experience around. So, here we go. I hope you like it. So, flowers. Beautiful flowers. If you think flowers are beautiful, you think that people are too? How you think that people are like flowers too? Think this way. Think that flowers are people. The water, sun, air, food, and wind are love, happiness, friendship, and self-love. People can't live without it. Now, think about those things that kill flowers. Think that everything that kills flowers is hate, pain, despair, and loneliness. And because of these little animals, people die. These feelings kill people. Makes people die like flowers. For a new plant to grow up, you have to give it a lot of love, affection, and care, as well as a person. I don't know. Think about it. When you see somebody dying for what others say, I know you also have experienced it as I have done, and I know that it's not the best feeling. right? We cool people or beautiful flowers we are releasing. And that's that. That's all. And thank you for listening to me. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Emily Kerlin. I'm a poet based here in Urbana, Illinois, and I'm going to read some poems for you this evening. My first poem is called Bucks. It sounded like a bamboo wind chime in a storm, hollows tapping hollows, and then, closer, two non-human moans, kicked turf flung wide and far, where they wrestled like hooked boats in violent waves, not knowing that it wasn't fight that was required, but a gentle finagling, a few simple moves they couldn't fathom, like the careful unbraiding of a wire IQ puzzle. Still, their necks twisted and strained, steam rose from sweaty pelts, swollen muscles rippled, insisted one could win, while my father-in-law dialed neighbors, who came quick to gawk, and one ran back home to check if his license would allow for 2 more. A few minutes later, he came back, giggling like a little boy, and after 2 pops, the bucks fell together with a final clatter. Red pools formed as they shivered into their last sleep, and we quieted with them, circled around the strange scene, while above us clouds raced past as if there were someplace else to be. My next poem is called Newsfeed. Not another GoFundMe for a beautiful soul who stumbled into their doom, who's left behind the 2 red-cheeked cherubs in the beach photo, comments a lava flow of grief burning down my newsfeed. Not another one picked off by mistake, like a glass that slips from soapy hands, forcing you to stop what you're doing, to tend to the shards, the business of moving on without, with less, and now thirsting too. Not another woman, my old friend, telling how she just lay in bed with her little girl, darkness crowding light, trying to explain how cancer cells divide and swell like fast-moving storm clouds. I'm told this will happen even if you worry and pray, so you'll have to keep scrolling through, breathing when you can, trudging up into the blue dome, into the thinning air, into the gasp of what the earth will take back when you're not looking. This next poem is called A Winter in Montana. Up near Whitefish, thousands of migrating snow geese touched down in poisoned waters and perished, every one. A white-feathered morgue undulated under the November clouds. That same year, Kent from the dish room and also from Ohio set a martini in front of me on New Year's Eve and then leaned in under the stuffed moose for something in return. Even my boyfriend laughed because the poor guy was just drunk, no harm meant. Later, while the rest of us slept off hangovers, Kent went out to the machine shed and nudged a gun into his temple. In the morning, an elk brayed for her lost yearling, and a Blackfeet woman pounded another white cross into the ditch. This one's called 4th of July. This time, we're close enough to feel it. We smell the acrid, eggy smoke. You ask about constellations and planets. You pull up an app, find Venus, the one that pops out like a celestial punch from the busy black above us. I think you like sitting here with your mom on one side and your dad on the other, even though the wide lens has a stepmother and stepfather flanking our row of folding chairs. You have a lot of questions, but not about the days when things were different. What would be the point? Even a 12-year-old knows where loss lives in the chest. You ask instead why the satellites and arcing fireworks don't collide, why airplanes don't catch fire as they pass over us tonight. And the answer, of course, is that some things that appear close are, in fact, very far apart. This is called The Golden Boy Goes on Hospice. Wasn't it just June when we met in Wrigleyville, sat outside so the sun could kiss you, the cutest of all the cousins? I remember you ordered the house red. Oh, but I thought you were sober, I didn't say, and your eyes laughed, two bright Caribbean bays. Now it's February, your eyes are dark lagoons, and death swims close to the surface. What happened to you, says no one, while roses sprout like invasives around your hospital bed, each with a tiny note we don't have the heart to read to you. Your blonde curls are clipped, and your skin clings close to your cheek and jaw, urine yellow or cadaver gray, depending on the light. Your gums bleed, your mouth is open, but you are through with the work of words. I was thinking about that day on the patio, how we joked about the cubs and the pigeons, then laughed about how angry Grandpa would get when we ran out into the September corn. The first place you knew of where you could get so lost you might never be found. This one's called At the Iron Post. Upright bass sways in a close embrace. Piano blushes and slows, tempers the clip of snares. Brass rings curl around a man's fingers as he purses his lips, blows notes that whisper, "Don't look down, we're royalty from ripped rug up." Overhead, colorful neon crowns of Coors and Corona flash. The fluent lean in, close their eyes, ears delicately sip notes until Chip lifts up his trumpet, blurts out the truth. In the window behind them, geraniums bloom regal red from scrap butter tubs. Even those that don't speak jazz here, kings tonight in this shadowy watering hole. And this one's called The Summer Widower. I worry about the man on the corner. He's not home much, but some evenings I see his bald head in the window, still as a lamp for hours. Perhaps tomorrow someone will call him or bring him a bowl full of tomatoes, save his wife's garden beds from the advancing pokeberry, the voracious squirrels. Tonight, as I walk by, a skinny cat peers out from his dark porch, and a spider laces up the front door. Light peers over his small, sloped shoulders. The late August breeze ushers the swing to softly do what it did before. The curtains shift, moving with the soft suck of wind, pushing them out, pulling them in. Thank you so much for listening to my poems, and thank you for supporting the Pygmalion Festival.
Interstate. Dear Emma, I was going 80 miles per hour down the interstate. The freezing rain was coming down fluidly and forming crystalline glaciers on my windshield. I had been on the road for about 9 hours, and I was making incredible time. I was going to get there so early. I was going to set a new record. I pulled into the left lane. I had the audacity to pass a truck. He was going about 70, and that was way too slow. I was far enough ahead of him that I decided to pull over into the right lane. I had to bend down over the steering wheel. It was so hard to see anything out of the window, with all of that ice clutching at my windshield. Suddenly, the car turned inward to the left and then swished around to the right. It only took a second and a half. Oddly calm, I acknowledged that I was no longer driving, no longer controlling the situation. The car and I were floating above the road on a smooth layer of ice. The truck was coming up behind me, going 70. I didn't try to turn back. I just pressed down steadily on the brakes and let the car take its course. I wasn't sure where we were going, but I tried to slow us down, to alleviate the pain of the impact. It didn't seem like we were going so fast anymore. There was a stark beauty to it, sliding around America at night in a sturdy metal box. For a moment, the car wasn't a car, but a small room I was sitting in, careening back and forth as in a strong Californian earthquake. I saw that we had finally settled on a course heading directly at the right snowbank. Everything in the car began to shift, and I thought, almost at peace, well, this is it. We soared off the road and into the ditch. The car had firmly planted itself in a plot of icy grass. I was alive. Bob Dylan's Love -0, No Limit was playing on the stereo. The bridge at midnight trembles. It seemed absurd, though any song at that moment would have seemed absurd. The truck zipped by on the interstate. What was that driver thinking about me and my hubris? I got out of the car and looked around to assess any damage. It was cold and I was slipping all over the grass. My car looked okay. I got back in the driver's seat. I tried driving directly out of the ditch, but that was impossible. Instead, I put the car in first and backed up a bit so that I was in the flat part of the ditch. From there, I drove slightly up the hill in increments so that I could make it back to the shoulder and on to the road. I gathered myself and slowly pushed onto the highway, first going 40, then 50. I noticed then that, in the midst of the ice storm, most cars were going that speed. Eventually I turned the stereo back on, but I took that Dylan album off. It horrified me now. I listened to Marble Sky. Ambient and glacial waves of sound undulated throughout the car. I worked my way up the road, feeling less like a man or a role model, yet older and wiser. I had spoken to my parents on the phone earlier from the road, and they had said, "Be careful." And though I had known then that they were right, I only now truly understood them. As I drove, I wondered if every piece of wisdom they had shared with me had been matched with some similar experience. It was then that I knew to some degree what it meant to be a parent and to live a long, full life. I thought of you and the future children we might have. I moved slowly, but with confidence, into the night. Americana, dying of thirst. Dear Emma, I was in Iowa City in the student union for a concert, and I was surrounded by over 1,800 white people. I was alone. I was the smallest black man in the world. Outside, the air was warm and dry. Summer had yet to touch down with its fever heat and thick humidity. Inside, the bodies steamed up the room. Everyone looked so young. I stood near the back where the congestion thinned out. Up front, it was wild. The students fervent in their adoration, their devotion to the man on stage, Kendrick Lamar. He had rolled onto the platform dressed in a black crewneck sweatshirt, charcoal jeans, and white high tops. He wore a Yankees hat with the NY logo surrounded by 2 hashtags. He looked down at us from the stage and asked, "What the fuck am I doing in Iowa?" The students erupted. Their rolling arms, bent legs, and hunched bodies all resembled so well the clips they had seen on YouTube. Most everyone knew the lyrics to the songs, and many people sang them aloud. At certain moments, the interplay between artist and audience elevated to a call and response. Kendrick bounced around the stage, singing and shouting his songs, smiling at the floor of students in front of him. When a song finished, The kids stood up tall with their hands in the air, looking like corn crop in late summer, ready for picking, ready for consumption. I was enthralled, less with Kendrick and more with the scene. I marveled at how the deeply considered music of a black man from Los Angeles could resonate so vigorously with the white student body from Chicagoland and Iowa. I wanted to understand how much of what he meant by his words had possibly been lost or actively discarded in translation. I wanted to understand why an album, Good Kid, Mad City, that I felt so connected to in headphones now seemed like it was several acres away, with the divide of college students between me and the artist on stage. I was getting queasy, my hands were sweating, and my face turned hot, and I didn't quite understand why. I inched back slowly, with each song getting closer to the venue's exit. The beat for Mad City dropped in, like a series of disorienting thunderclaps. It was shocking. It was amazing. Something detonated in the students around me. They left their feet, their eyes glossed over with fascination. The opening hook unfolded, and I sensed immediately there would be a problem. As Kendrick sang, "Where you man down, where you from, nigga?" and the ensuing lines all ending with a declaration of the M-word, it seemed as if the entire room chimed in, shouting along with genuine enthusiasm. The roar of almost 2,000 white people shouting nigga in a room with a black man on stage took on an odd quality, like a twisted reshaping of a rally of nationalists and fascists. I looked around me, peering at the enthusiastic youth, and felt almost entirely alone, separated from my music, my blues, my town, my identity. Kendrick beamed on stage, energized by the power, the taut grip of his music. I backed out of the concert hall more intently than before. I walked outside where it was warm, quiet, and entirely serene. I wondered, is this the legacy rap has left us with? Do these students understand the blues that run so deeply in Kendrick's songs? Do they understand that these are work songs, God songs, gospels, redemptions, as much as they are anthems for parties with kegs and cocaine and university-branded sweatshirts? In the faraway future, when they, the people who have survived humanity's current savagery, look back at our culture and study our music, what will they call rap? Will they call it by that name, or will 100 years from blues to jazz to rap come to be understood as one insistent call from a tired but endlessly resilient and expressive people? Will they simply call it Americana? Will they understand that the more pain we faced, the more creative we became? That our music of emotional slavery was not just a series of notes and figures and rhythms? That when we said slavery, we didn't just mean ours, we meant yours too? That when we wrote songs, they were more than songs, they were the text of American history itself. Kendrick, Lady Day, Howlin' Wolf, these songs are civil wars, are emancipations, are movements for deferred liberties, are the sorrows of systematic isolation, and are the joys of understanding that a fractured life is still life nonetheless. So when we sing this Americana songbook, we should be awake and know that when we sing someone else's song, we are also singing our own. My head was full of confusion, as it often is. I briefly considered seeking solace in the bar and glasses of whiskey and beer, always my easiest escape. But my compass endured, and I climbed the hill toward my home, toward you. I knew I would find warmth by your side. It is a place I go when I have been left alone or have stumbled by my own stupid actions. I fall into your arms, as I always do, as I always will. Your skin is as pale as mine is dark, and in that way, we are America too.
Godparents' inscription Coronavirus Edition. All around us, there's such a rift. Alcohol-infused sanitizer, each nose has whiffed. So many feelings through which one must sift. Pray when this is over, our spirits can be lift. Atlas's burden, no shrugging, must be heft. To navigate these treacherous waters, one must be deft. Fearing, crying, mourning, so many bereft. Pick up the pieces, those who are left. Hospital boats filled with patients fore and aft. 6 feet apart must be each and every life raft. Antibiotics spurt from needles' silver shaft. It's been such a long while since together we laughed. Hero health workers, graveyard shift done, PPEs doffed. Head home to family, praying back with them the virus won't waft. Feared for their lives each time someone coughed. Depressed and anxious, nervous and afraid, need whiskey, wine, weed, Zoloft. Hospital floors, once shiny and buffed, now littered and unclean, dirty and scuffed. Hands washed, sanitized, scrubbed, red, raw, and roughed. By sacrifice and hardship are calloused and toughed. For many, this mortal coil shuffled off and sloughed. So many are gone, so many lives snuffed. Prayers, supplications, and laments are rebuffed. Perfect mistakes, tremendous lies, super and the best, all have been duffed. All around us, all around the world, there is such a rift. Our moorings unbound, our boats set adrift. But with kindness, gives someone's day a little lift. With caring compassion, give a kind word as a gift.
Hey friends, my name is Kaveh Akbar. I'm so excited to be here virtually with you this year at the PYGMALION Festival. I wish so much that I could be there corporeally, and that we could all be sort of rubbing our elbows makes it weirdly personal. But I wish so badly that we could be doing that together. But hopefully in the fullness of time, we'll have the opportunity to. I'm just going to read some poems. That's what I do. I'm a poet. These are from my forthcoming collection called Pilgrim Bell. This first poem is called An Oversight. I murdered my least defensible vices, stacking them like bodies in the surf. An armada of dirty nurses rode in to cherish the dead. Try harder, little moons, they said to the corpses, spooning eggplant and rice into each mouth. Winter followed winter. Horses coughed blood into the sand. Some pain stays so long, its absence becomes a different pain. They say it's not faith if you can hold it in your hands, but I suspect the opposite may be true. that real faith passes first through the body, like an arrow. Consider our whole galaxy staked in place by a single star. I fear we haven't said nearly enough about that. This next poem is called The Miracle. All you really need to know for this one is that in Islam, the sort of bedrock, you probably already know this, but the sort of bedrock miracle upon which much of the faith was built is literacy. The prophet was said to be alone and fasting in this cave when the angel Gabriel appeared to him and said, "Read." The prophet, like many people of his time and place in the world, was illiterate. So he said, "I can't." Imagine saying "I can't" to the face of an angel, but he said, "I can't." And the angel Gabriel grabs him and says, "Read in the name of your Lord who created you from a clot." And so the prophet read and was able to transcribe what would become the first pages of the Quran. And so the sort of precipitating miracle of all of our faith is literacy, which is obviously quite interesting for me as a Muslim poet. So this poem is called The Miracle, and it sort of orbits that. Gabriel seizing the illiterate man, alone and fasting in a cave and commanding, "Read." The man saying, "I can't." Gabriel squeezing him tighter, commanding, "Read." The man gasping, "I don't know how." Gabriel squeezing him so tight he couldn't breathe, squeezing out the air of protest, the air of doubt, crushing it out of his crushable human body, saying, "Read in the name of your Lord who created you from a clot." And thus, literacy. It wasn't until Gabriel squeezed away what was empty in him that the prophet could be filled with miracle. Imagine the emptiness in you, the vast cavities you have spent your life trying to fill with fathers, mothers, lovers, language, drugs, money, art, praise, and imagine them gone. What's left? Whatever you aren't, which is what makes you. A house useful not because it's floorboards or ceilings or windows, but because the empty space between them. Gabriel isn't coming for you. If he did, would you call him Jibril or Gabriel like you are here? Who is this even for? One crisis at a time. Gabriel isn't coming for you. Cheese on a cracker, a bit of salty fish. Somewhere a man is steering a robotic plane into murder. Robot from the Czech robota, meaning forced labor. Murder labor, forced. He never sees the bodies which are implied by their absence, like feathers on a paper bird. Gabriel isn't coming for you. In the absence of cloud parting, trumpet blaring clarity, what? More living, more money, lazy sex, mother, brother, lover. You travel and bring back silk scarves, a bag of chocolates for you don't know who yet. Someone will want them. Deliver them to an empty field. You fall asleep facing the freckle on your wrist. Somewhere a woman presses a button that locks metal doors with people behind them. The locks are useful to her because there is an emptiness on the other side that holds the people's lives in place. She doesn't know the names of the people. Anonymity is an ancillary feature of the locks, ancillary from the Latin ancilla, meaning servant, an emptiness to hold all their living. You created from a clot, Gabriel isn't coming for you. You too full to eat. You too locked to door, too cruel to wonder. Gabriel isn't coming. You too loved to love, too speak to hear, too wet to drink. No, Gabriel, you too pride to weep. You too play to still. You too high to come. No, Gabriel won't be coming for you. Too fear to move. You too pebble to stone, too saddle to horse, too crime to pay. Gabriel, no, not anymore. You too gone to save, too bloodless to martyr, too diamond to charcoal, too nation to earth. You brute, cruel pebble. Gabriel, God of man, no cheese on a cracker. Mercy, mercy. I'm gonna read just one more poem, and this is a new one. This is to the extent that I have a quarantine poem or whatever. It's this one. Thank you again to the organizers for allowing me to be a part of this space, and to the other guests for dignifying my work with their own. It's a profound honor to get to be a part of this list that you guys have assembled, and it's an honor to get to be a beneficiary of your attention, you who are watching. I hope that our paths bend across in the future corporeally. Thank you. This poem is called Reading Farrokhzad in a Pandemic. Farrokh Farrokhzad was for my money, the greatest Iranian poet of the 20th century. Some people compare her to Plath. They both died young, and people are sort of inordinately obsessed with both of their personal lives. It's Farrokhzad, Farrokh Farrokhzad, if you want to Google her and read her later. I would highly recommend that. This, again, is Reading Farrokhzad in a Pandemic. The title is a lie. I can't read Farsi. Maharche ra ke boyad az dast dahte bashim az dast dadim. I can make out. We lose. We lose. I type it into a translation app. We have lost everything we need to lose. In between what I read and what is written, need everything. Here, the waving flag. Here, the other world. Because we need mail, people die. Because we need groceries, people die. I write because we need, knowing we dilutes my responsibility like watercolors dipped in a fast river. Get behind me, English. When I text Maharche ra ke boyad az dast dahtet bashim az dast dadim to my dad, he writes back, we have lost whatever we had to lose. Hammering pentameter, whatever we had. People die because they look like him. My uncle jailed, his daughter killed. This is a real fact too wretched for letters. And yet, my uncle jailed, his daughter killed. Waving world, the other flag, there is room in the language for being without language. So much of wet is cold, so much of diamond is light. I want both my countries to be right to fear me. We have lost whatever we had to lose.
Hi, my name is Jessie. I am coming to you from Urbana, Illinois. I would like to thank you for attending this year's PYGMALION, and I would like to thank Seth for inviting me to read at the literary marathon. I will be dedicating this reading to my friend Julie. Io. We saw Jupiter through the telescope and memorized her 3 moons. On the stairs we crawled to the top of the observatory. September heat and cicadas lined campus streets. These nights we smoked hand-rolled cigarettes, sat on porches drinking gas station beer. After 2, I'd hand Julie or Ben kitchen scissors and tell them to do whatever. The moon always watched us on that porch. We changed with its cycle. My hair waxed and waned, waxed and waned. Back home. Mother tells me not to worry. The fly's lifespan is only days are longer than the moon can predict. Dad's always on the porch looking up. Mother tells me my hiccups were loud. I wasn't careful enough. Left the door wide open, open wide. Taste the honeydew on your tongue. We are all spinning round and round, our own webs in the wind. History buff. In 1492, I kicked Columbus's ass. Today, in 2018, while touching green beans, I yelled, "No slugs," at them as they moved and fell to the floor. I think in slugs now. Your cats are slugs too. I got the urge to paint, so I waited 5 minutes, then I lost the urge to paint. You can't tell me my life is falling apart because only I know that. It is my scale and I get to weigh it. You can weigh yours too. In 1492, I kicked Columbus's ass, so none of this ever had to happen. Small potatoes. I like when potatoes look like apples. Eyes freak me out. I saw my optic nerves today. The doctor said they looked beautiful, and I wondered what unbeautiful nerves looked like. Today, my mother sits at home with a new puppy who rings a bell to pee. I look for glasses frames online while you cover the potatoes with olive oil and put them in the oven. We pry into each other's lives, feeling each other's pulse at a bar as we compare symptoms we don't have. What do other people do on dates? What do their nerves look like, and how do they write about them? And what do people do with fennel? What do we do with this? I just bought it because I liked the word fennel. Those poems were from my book, Once I Was Many Other Things. It came out 2 years ago, 2018. Now I'll be reading some newer poems, with the exception of this next one, which was probably written around the same time as my book came out. It's called Tiny Nowhere. Brilliant elixir, fuck me up, fuck me dead. Why does academia hate me? I'm ready to sacrifice my body to a career, something boring like teaching teenagers why Romeo and Juliet did or didn't die. Make my grandparents proud of me again. I pour this into my glass and pour my glass into the bathtub full of rejection letters that call me Jessica instead of Jessie. This is the year of being normal. Let's get married and request fuzzy bath towels. Let's get married and I'll wear the white dress and makeup and smile for 12 hours until my teeth fall out or my chin rots. Academia, what did I ever do to you? Would I not make you proud? Are you scared of me? Am I not worthy enough to pay you to rub me raw, kill me deader than I already am? Academia, all I want to do is walk down your pathways and smell your $1 million flowers. I am not so full that I cannot hunger. I am not so tired that I cannot stay up for 2 years straight. In this scenario, you are my grandparents and you are proud of me, and I am sitting at the piano with straight white teeth and slender fingers men can be proud of, and I never get too drunk, and I always stay in this line. In this scenario, we never fuck up, we never drink the sun on accident, we never forget to turn faucets off. Magical, drinkable, liquid elixir, you promised me more than this. This one's called The End of a Decade in 3 parts. Part 1. I love winter sky, winter light, winter time, winter baths, winter dinners, winter mornings, winter music, winter naps, winter dresses, winter hugs, winter birds, winter berries, winter blankets, winter drinks. The sky is on fire now. I will never regret overfeeling. In my dream, I inherited my sister's grief. Or did she inherit mine? Reasons why I can't go to class today. 1. I forgot to wear deodorant. 2. I watched a duck die 3 days ago and I keep replaying it in my mind. 3. I was not good at time management and I have 7 articles to read by 9 a.m. tomorrow. 4. Every time I drink more than 1 beer, I feel slightly depressed the next day. 5. I drank whiskey last night. Part 2. Passing by the statue on campus, whose body you told me looked like my own. I'll never forget it. I'll never not resent my own belly fat. The shame about my mother and me is that we were never the same age at the same time. How do we carry all of this weight inside of us? How do you wake up every day and drive to your death? Who is in your karas, and do you still think of them even after they've ditched you for someone else's? Sometimes I catch a glimpse of myself and think about my 2 pet turtles who, decades apart, both ran away from me. Places in which my period has started. Sarah's plastic swimming pool, the DMV, an airplane going to Chicago, in my sleep 2:35 a.m., my favorite hole-in-the-wall restaurant, on your couch, the car ride from Illinois to Minneapolis, 9 hours, the art museum, the dog park, the Illinois State Fair, Christmas morning, always Christmas morning. Part 3. In my dream, I had a dream about you. What do we call the smell of sleep? I never forget a face unless I'm pretending to forget the face because the face has forgotten my face. I take a nap, but instead of closing my eyes, I just watch dust particles dance in the sunlight. And this is the last one I'll read. Thank you again for attending the literary marathon. The wind was different today. When the air is right and the wind blows a certain way, you can smell the cow manure from the agricultural research fields a few miles south. On the first cloudy morning of the new year, we stepped out of the house, and it was the first thing you said. It smells farmy out here. I didn't really notice it, but I did notice the change in the air, the endless gray in the sky, something like a cold humidity. After lunch with Allie on my walk home, I finally smelled the cows and I thought, this is what cleanses the soul. Or maybe it's meeting an old friend for lunch, or maybe it's both the friend and the shit. I kept walking home and I saw 2 dogs who appeared to like me and I whispered hi to them. I saw a couple hiding from the rain that finally fell from the sky for a few minutes. And then I read a text from my dad sharing the sunrise with me because I sleep in your basement now and I never see the sunrise. And then I walked past the elementary school and a class was outside and the kids laughed and climbed and ran together. And then I saw someone walking into the house that you used to live in, the house we lived in together when we first started sharing a bed and a life. And then I saw the mail carrier that I see nearly every day, and today he was eating a lunch in his truck. And then I saw a birdhouse I hadn't noticed before, and I thought it hung beautifully. And then I looked up a house that I thought looked nice on Zillow, and I imagined our life in it together. And then I saw a bunch of plants in a sunroom, and despite the sun not being out today, they still looked happy and the sunroom still had purpose. And then I saw a cat at a screen door, and it looked at me as if I should go up to the door and let him out. And then a 3-legged dog crossed the street with its owner. And then I wondered what it felt like to give birth to something. And then I walked past a dead squirrel in the road, because there's always a dead squirrel in the road around here, because there are so many squirrels, and sometimes it's relieving to see them still intact and not run over by a car. And then I wished you were with me, and then I was home. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm John Palen of Urbana. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank PYGMALION and CU Poets for making this possible. My first poem is At the Supermarket After an Early Snow. Winter blew through like a rude guest, didn't stay, left old socks on the berm. It will be back in dirty moraines, ice and dangerous ridges underfoot. Already geese stage in stubble fields, snowbirds pack for the rapture to be whisked away to Florida. I'll winter in place, as I've always done, with the man from the group home in damp parka and yellow safety vest, who'll pilot nested carts across the parking lot like lake freighters in a November gale. The frail greeter on a tripod cane, who'll welcome shoppers at gray dawn at a door always opening to the cold. Campbell's tomato soup. Long before it was a series of prints on canvas that helped make Andy Warhol famous and rich, and long before it became something to sneer at by foodies and people who never cook at home, and long before it was renamed classic to distinguish it from the 18 other choices, including Disney Mickey Mouse, Healthy Request, Harvest with Basil, and Parmesan Bisque, it was something my mother served for lunch with saltine crackers, peanut butter, and milk, because it saved time for her to open a can, add water, heat it in a pan, and pour. No parsley garnish, no swirl of anything on top, just plain hot soup in a bowl in a tiny kitchen that looked out on a chicken coop, a vegetable garden, an unpainted wooden gate where tramps left marks to tell each other that if one came and asked, he would be fed. He would be fed. This is clock repair in the pandemic. Old Waterberries and Seth Thomases sat on mantels for years, chimes unrung, pendulums pending, hands held at 9:16, 2:23, or whenever the escapement let the last tick escape. Now people working from home with too much time on their hands look up to see neglect, things not taken care of, and they remember an elderly repairman with an apron, loop, and tiny tools, a shop in his basement. How good to see him in person, masked, peering up over his glasses. It'll be a week, he says. Business is good. Cooper's Hawk. I'm the bird's poet. Spend a lot of time waiting, perfectly still, high in a tree, upright and brown as bark. You'll stare, try to decide if I'm bird or branch, but you'll tire and look away, and then I'll move my head with a quick, exact turn. In flight, I maneuver well, swoop low, dodge obstacles in forest or prairie grove. I'll surprise you, mouse, just as you hear my wings. This is a new one. Cutting button blanks on the Illinois River. It was long hours in riverside sheds. The line shafts rumble and snap, the drill bits whine, the wet clatter of shell and waste piles, like ice falling from a roof. It was bread and coffee until he learned the craft and stopped getting docked. Then it was salt pork and beans. It was drinking pain away, Saturday nights in Peoria. There was art to it. Elk-toe muscles took the drill in a certain way, warty backs in another. He had to sense his way into the work, with fingers raw from wet sand and rough, hard surface, like Chinese jade carvers toiling at bench and wheel to please a wealthy merchant. When zippers and plastic came in, the river harvesters sold off their crowfoot hooks for scrap. No one knows anymore how to drill button blanks or shape and polish them. Old, depleted as the muscle beds, he keeps mother-of-pearl buttons in a box, takes them out sometimes to hold luster in his hand. Digging dandelions. He can hardly swallow, needs help with intimate functions, yet here he is, sitting in grass, digging dandelions. He knows the yard's a seed bank of weeds, knows new bursts of yellow will dot the lawn next spring when he'll be dead. He digs anyway. When his long body starts to pivot at the hips, ticks down like a second hand, the caregiver catches him in time, gently tips him up again to 12. Another pandemic poem. In the pandemic, the animals return. Shut inside, we see them flowing back into our lives like tide reclaiming a shallow bay. We have time now to observe male flickers do their shy, funny challenge dances at our windows. Fish flash in the clear canals of Venice. Boars wander a Barcelona 8-lane. Coyotes trot grandly through the loop. The man, coming out of a long coma, sees animals in the corner of his eye. Foxes and cats and shadows sit quietly in the room, keeping him company. Intertidal zone. They are like mollusks, these frail elderly, on a bus that takes them across town from wound clinic to Walmart pharmacy. Struggling on canes and walkers, they settle on bench seats and sit alone, folded into rough, closed shells. Students wash in like rising water. Sure-footed sneakers dart like fish, past swollen legs and shopping bags. At high tide, the mollusks are submerged in a fresh, salty rush of talk and laughter. They stir, relax, open their mouths a nickel's width to take it in. This one is called The Kids Call Home. Talk shifts out of chit-chat and we hear the forced nonchalance. So, how are you guys? When they mean, how are you, really? And they're listening hard, like we used to listen over landlines so clear we thought we could sense leaks in their fridge compressors or relationships. We're fine, they'd say, and we'd know it wasn't the whole truth and we'd buy it anyway because we wanted to. Today we're nothing if not reassuring in the digital crackle. We tick boxes for shopping, gardening, movies. Not a word about closing in on 80 as fast as teens in a new ride. Immune systems dozing off at the border stations, or old friends' names wandering away in nightgowns across autumnal cornfields. And yet, as much as it ever was, it's true. We're fine. Listening to the Katy train. The Katy was the Missouri, Kansas, and Texas line. Listening to the Katy train. The backyard was where my mother hung out laundry to dry between two crosses, her homesickness and our shabby little house, where my father nursed his weariness alone and hid the empties under the trash. The landlord's apple trees grew thick and scabby in the crowded lot between our fence and the railroad tracks. That was where I discovered nearsightedness, squinting through an air rifle's notched iron, the blurred distance closing in. I was 11 that year. Stalin died in his own cramped quarters in the Kremlin. Fixing my own supper, I listened on the radio. At night, behind the ruined orchard, the Katy train blared its horn and rumbled out to open country, shaking the earth with promises. Missouri Ozarks. It's been years since I've been back to this eroded tableland. Wooded peaks at about the same elevation, long climbs to the crests, long descents to rivers that recite history. Niangua, Big Piney, Gasconade. Off the I-44, little towns like Buckhorn, Sleeper, then farther into the hills, sporadic clusters of 2 or 3 houses along winding roads, unnamed places, not on a map. I see a familiar house, Then remember Albert, whose port wine stain covered half his face, whose peonies, petunias, sweet alyssum, begonias were the neighbor's envy. One night, young men in a car plowed them up, scattered dirty leaves and flowers in the yard, the spinning tires, such a small hatred in such a small place. And my last one will be personal effects. In a shoebox of newspaper clippings, graduation announcements, recital programs, letters from her sister, memorabilia of a content, secure life, there is this crumbling brown document from my mother's Virginia ancestors, a bill of sale for a slave named Will, a reminder of where I'm from. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Cielo, and I'm going to read 7 poems. The first 3 are from my series I call my COVID-19 Diaries. On Friday night. So, this is what we've become. Watch each other behind our windows, wave a little, smile a little. I whisper hello, you can't hear me, but you smile and ask, how is your day? We can lip read now. It's a nice spring night. Our windows are open. I play Julio Iglesias. I dance, eyes closed, slow swinging. The walls in the driveway between us disappear. You dance with me. And for a moment we forget that the world we know collapses, breaks apart, free falls, no answers yet. Numbers rise. They now have names, have addresses, have families. Yet we dance until Julio's song ends. But the music outside, the dance outside that we're hiding from, goes on. We stand there staring at each other, wondering, when does it end? In May, I have 2 nieces who contracted COVID-19, both healthcare workers. One got better and went back to work in a few weeks. The other one passed away. A couple of weeks after that, a very good friend who was also my sister-in-law contracted the virus. She was not lucky either. I wrote this poem around that time. The Gardener. I turn the topsoil with my brand new shovel. Worms scurry, hide into the ground. Are they blinded by light? Annoyed by me? They're simple creatures, yet they know when their abode is disturbed. They tunnel in for safety. They tunnel in, not intending for the plants I will grow. I push my shovel into the ground. It cut the worms in halves. They wiggle away, front and end pieces, not in pain, not in agony, just away. In a moment there will be double of these fat wiggling worms under my feet. Today, I dig my garden with care. He pushes his shovel into the ground, scoops the dirt with the worms, pile them up to the side, because he is not turning the soil for a garden like mine. He digs and digs until he makes the 6 feet required. The dirt and worms will be shoveled back, and they will do their part in this undertaking. Over days, over weeks, over months, decompose your body becomes part of the ground. He is a gardener like me, works days and nights sometimes. But those he bury don't grow like mine. Never ever again will they come above ground. But they grow, I know they will, in a different form of existence, into another world unlike this one you departed from. Today, he digs the ground with care for you. Somehow, the reality of dying hit me strongly, so I wrote the next poem, titled When. When my time to pass comes, send me back to the east, will you? Send me home to the lands of my forebears, that I may settle there with them. Adorn me with the trinkets we gathered, those we saved in the pockets of our souls. Dress me with the fragrant flowers you snuck between the leaves of my books. Light the fire, let it burn wild and strong. Let the flames scorch away the scars of our growth. Let it smooth all the wrinkles of our time. Allow it to dance me to the heavens. And after all that heat and madness cool, you will have a fine gray dust of ashes. Collect all the essences and pour them in the jar, the one you molded from the clay under our feet. Send me to the east, will you? Do not leave me on that mantle all alone. Sprinkle my ashes on any river that leads to the sea. The currents will bring me to the pearl of the Orient. Then wait for the song in the wind. It will come to wipe away your tears, to let you know that I made it home, finally home, resting in peace. The following 3 poems are for the National Suicide Prevention Month, which is September. One day, after many months of not hearing from a friend, he wrote to me, I gained a new housemate, my granddaughter, because her mother, my daughter, decided that she could not be with us anymore. I wrote this poem to process the devastating news. I also wrote this poem from the point of view of the sun. Near Mount Fuji, there is a forest called Aokigahara, also known as the Suicide Forest. Japanese novelist Seiichi Matsumoto popularized the forest as the Sea of Trees in his 1960 novel Kuroi Jukai, roughly translated as the Black Sea of Trees. It was also used in a 2015 movie of the same title, Sea of Trees. Ask not the Sea of Trees. She'd stand there somberly, waited for me to rise at dawn, and at dusk to wave goodbye for the day. Every day, all weather and all seasons. Then one day, she wasn't there. No waving arms, not a silhouette. I sat that night wondering, maybe the next day she'll be back. I waited and hoped for many days, but she never again graced me with her presence. I searched for her everywhere, the mountains, the meadows, the rivers and the waterfalls, but she was nowhere there. I asked the birds if they knew where she'd gone. They were surprised at my ignorance. She'd gone to the sea in the forest, they sang to me, where the trees hum lullabies and calls to end, calls that mockingbirds dare not copy. They sang in the saddest tune that birds sing for someone they long. Then one day the wind blew and blew, a wide-brimmed hat was rolling, and you, alone standing there, brought her image back to me. She'd watched me come and go, a lonely figure, close yet far away. I drowned in my guilt for not reaching out to her extended hands, her calls, her sorrows. All those moments she yearned for me. I was consumed with my own vanity. Seeing you there where she used to be, with your heart out, your eyes full of sadness and surrender, reminds me of my wrong, my indifference. I have to give way for the night, but when you wake up in the morning, I'll cover you with my light, embrace you with my warmth, and if they're not enough to comfort you, ask the birds to sing, ask the mountains to show you strength, ask the valleys for a place to rest, but I beg you, ask not the Sea of Trees. It is not easy to know or see what goes on in the minds of people who commit suicide, but I believe there is a voice in there trying to warn them, to guide them to do the right thing. This next poem have two voices, the narrator's and another voice warning, repeatedly saying, "Don't stare too long in that darkness." That's the title of my poem. Next poem. Don't stare too long in that darkness. Heavy wind blows on my cheeks. The earth breathes fast as the elements of the night pull hard. I fall slowly into a bottomless pit. I stare deep into that darkness, falling in love with its might, its cradling, embracing me whole, not condoning, not judging. Don't stare too long in that darkness. I want to go into that place where the night protects, where it envelops away the ugly and the pain. I don't see them. I don't face them. In there I am free. No doubts, no agonies. I float, I swim aimlessly. Worries and cares escape. The unknown is liberating. Don't stare too long. You'll fall in love. My next poem is called Rebirth. Sometimes I wish I could be the fierce friend in this poem. Then perhaps I can make a difference. Rebirth. Don't touch me. I will burst like a balloon full of water. The rubber has stretched thin from the fluids it's been carrying. Don't touch me. I will shatter to a million pieces, like a windshield in a collision, not scattering, just falling onto your lap. Don't touch me. I'll crumble in a brink. My bolts are loose from years of shocks and aftershocks. Don't touch me. I will explode like a bomb, a natural gas highly volatile. Your tiny spark will be enough. Yet you touched me, and burst I did, shattered, crumbled. I exploded into minute pieces, blown in the winds, swirling debris of dust and grime. How am I to gather all that, to put them back in their right places? No, you say, we watch them all go. Tiny pieces of you scattering. We watch the wind have its fun, and when the chaos subsides, when the dust clears off the sky, we sit here for a while, hungry and exhausted, but not angry, not sad. We feel the warmth of the bright sun. Your brand new day begins. And finally, one poem to bring back the smile, titled Green Envy. This poem is about the changing of the leaves, the colors of the leaves. This is how I imagine if trees talk to each other. Some burn like wildfire, protesting the coming of shedding, saying, "Look at me, I'm bright and I'm worth keeping." Others slowly fade, accepting their fate. They simply shrug and wiggle, then let them all fall. While I blush at the thought of my imminent nakedness next to you. I guess that's why the gum trees scream, until their leaves turn bright red and shine. What stunning images to keep, so when you see them nude in the winter, you'll have alternate pictures in mind. I've always envied you, evergreen, standing still, strong-willed and changed. The cold does not touch you the way it touches me and my friends. Envy me? But I do you. You're turning chartreuse, golden, amber, violet. You get to wear bright crowns and gowns, while I wear the same all year round. What happens after fall is what I want most. When you flaunt your sturdy trunks, your lovely arms, standing proud, true, uncovered beauties. While I'll be heavy and droopy, blocking the light. When the cold brings his white coats, you wear them elegantly, sparkling as you let the moonshine and sunlight pass. Those are the images I keep for when the warmth comes back, for when we're all green and boring. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Aumaine Rose Smith. I am a recent graduate of the UIUC MFA program in creative writing, and I'm here to read a few poems for you all. Just want to first off thank Seth, Jim, and the rest of the Pygmalion crew for going out of their way to make ways for us to connect this year, different as they may be than years past. It's awesome that all of the programming is free this year and that they've directed people to donate to the many great organizations. So check that out on the Pygmalion website. I'm going to read a mix of poems from my manuscript in progress, Habits of Adornment, and newish poems. A lot of my manuscript has to do with being in recovery from a period of substance abuse. So the poems I chose today come from those threads in the manuscript. To me, that period had many similarities as well as some differences from being socially distanced or quarantined during COVID. So maybe those poems will speak to you in that way. And then the newer poems kind of deal with the opposite, the desire for community, communion, intimacy, and the many difficulties of approaching that. So this first poem is called Mostly Sober Summer. And what you should know about it is that it's in syllabic, so alternating lines arrive in 7, 4, and 5 syllables. So there's kind of this repetitive, incessant rhythm to showcase a desire for control, as the poem's content also deals with. Mostly sober summer. Hard days, date rolls for dinner, sugar excused as the one-time meal of queens. Through floors, a neighbor's voice. She can read, she can read, she can read, she can read, she's bad. 40 hours without, wing flutter in the shoulders, pain scales wave trapezial, traversing tight nerves in the neck. The too small sheet cinches itself off the mattress. Why stamp these hurts into pattern? Orange peels, eggshells, freed upper layers. The fable of order calls anew beyond what wreck old habits wrought. Yet this rag, cool, dampens the orbital bone's pulse, says, careful, some ticks take more than fictions to untangle. Fake honeymoon. In these trailer-bound days, clock hands count only drinks, lilt us each evening toward our gifts. Every empty bottle you save for the parade we interrupt into at night. A green glass cavalry ringing the garbage can. A CD skips through scratched coating, a cover of Unwashed and Somewhat Slightly Dazed, the notes smoke haloing our bodies. Once, selflessness was a patch, dosing something better beneath my skin, but in unventilated air, no adhesive adheres. Just our spit, not unlike soap foam on porcelain, which too lets itself slowly down. How now to greet you? Feeling enters after a lull, the body exhausted by days of nothing into receptivity. Sister has asked to visit, a curiosity, an upset to my anesthetic autonomy. Prepping, I read of a restaurant with a rotating display of gorgeous near deadly treats. For years, the book says, we reach and get sick, reach, get sick, see the flash of our palms as a warning the eyes notice but choose to shut on. Comes a day, though, when the body leans but doesn't reach, a day the taste for poison changes. If my tiny mountain finally crumbles, how will I greet her but cry like a dinner bell? Show me how the heart, like a prairie, falls open, let rain pour across it. And here she is, in my doorframe, like word from a better world. No, word from this world, the one we have, the one which ushers it in. This poem's called The Transformative Effect of the Wait. For once, autumn doesn't feel like death. Testy winds usher in a keener air, turn the leaves upside down into little cups that shiver to be filled. They could hardly hold a penny, so tried they are in the chill, dampened, then dried, then dampened again in rain. The leaves, outreaching, tell us something about how to wait. They learn to wait by waiting. The resonance around their edges is the energy of things in active submission, attention almost visible. It's easy to drift and miss the tourmaline wash of the block, to burrow internal instead, tidying up those days under these days, but stay. See how the leaves cling to grayish branches, or allow gusts to shuffle them toward the sewer where petals from a clipped rose bush mingle. Think follow through, not vantage point, the arc inescapable and revealed only in bits. No need for the whole. We couldn't take it anyway, flickering as we do in attempt to get even a segment of the block. It's a fine-tuning of attention, the leaves suggest, toward astonishment at the slow spectacle of change. This poem goes out to my cat Nell and to Justin, my husband, who showed me that it can be good to live with animals. Tribute. Sheets of rain drape cottage walls where I wake to a caw and vibration of wings, immediate understanding of a threshold crossed. August thick air, moths in the lip of the lampshade, my mosquito bite anklet pulsing in our sheets. So, cats bring birds as offerings, find me a bad hunter and want to help. Well, now to walk the hall for water in the dark is to imagine tiny bones a crunch beneath my heel. What we are asked to allow rushes in all at once. So I descend from my vantage as I must, tracking some more ephemeral thing. Thirst a chance for this turning, wild, wilder, toward a willing yes beyond resistance in me. Two more poems. This poem is called Cicatrix, and its title means Scar of a Healed Wound. All uses are astounding to the used. The fountain in the park, like an all-night offering, the phone's ringer turned loud to tripwire the surface of sleep. Better images both than the girl who thought life lived with others was quiet, required a gingham-lined basket and spotless arrival in embroidered apron and dress. Turns out all that ironing old cotton takes time. Better some days to abandon the dishes, balance breakfast on the dashboard, speed to answer an anxious call. Versed as we are in the catalog of ills, I let kick me off in a patchwork toward the real. Allowed awkward animation in the room of your trouble, these hands, so often trained, falter, have to ask what to do. The body, finally for and with others, action can look like nothing, cells holding an old wound's hem. This is my last poem. It's called Necessary Crush. It's a God song, honey, this undercurrent to your footwork's beat, punchy on kitchen tiles. Not fragile, you offer a cup of rhyme. You pull me into your song. Once, your feat was to take on only the feasible, leaps small as pallet boards' gaps, say, your gaze a tunnel, your center split, you your own fixed point. Now I watch you stand and rock, eyes closed, see you balance even as this vessel tumbles beneath you in storms. And I am with you in this, which is prayer. As it was prayer to watch the brother stags depart the clearing in the snow, was prayer to ferment in thermals before coming up for air. Spring now, and my pickaxe mind wakes to work out a future where you are every Sunday's foyer conversation, that no-rush discovery of sweetness softening to sweetness like onion bulbs in low heat, where you are never the loss that follows an untied knot. Good man that you are, you make room for my management, but remind me, too, what arrives by way of opening, what came from the puncture wounds we celebrate with torn bread, how the fruit we love is crushed so we can call it juice. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Rachel Yoder, and I'll be reading from Night Bitch, my debut novel out next summer, and here's the beginning. When she had referred to herself as Night Bitch, she meant it as a good-natured, self-deprecating joke, because that's the sort of lady she was, a good sport, able to poke fun at herself, definitely not uptight, not wound really tight, not so freakishly tight that she couldn't see the humor in a lighthearted, not meant as an insult situation. But in the days following this new naming, she found the patch of coarse black hair sprouting from the base of her neck and was like, what the fuck? I think I'm turning into a dog, she said to her husband when he arrived home after a week away for work. He laughed, and she didn't. She had hoped he wouldn't laugh. She had hoped that week as she lay in bed wondering if she was turning into a dog, that when she said those words to her husband, he would tip his head to one side and ask for clarification. She had hoped he would take her concerns seriously. But as soon as she said the words, she saw this was impossible. Seriously, she insisted, I have this weird hair on my neck. She lifted her normal hair to show him the black patch. He rubbed it with his fingers and said, yeah, you're definitely a dog. To her credit, she did appear more hirsute than usual. Her unruly hair moved about her head and shoulders like a cloud of wasps. Her brows caterpillared across her forehead with unplucked growth. She had even witnessed 2 black hairs curling from her chin, and in the right light, in any light at all to be honest, you could see the 5 o'clock shadow of her mustache as it grew back in after her laser treatments. She always had so much hair on her arms, descending the edge of her jaw from her hairline. It wasn't normal to have patches of hair on the tops of your feet. And look at my teeth, she said, baring her teeth and pointing to her canines. She was convinced they had grown, and the tips had narrowed to ferocious points that could cut a finger with a mere prick. Why, she had nearly cut hers during her nightly examination in the bathroom. Every night when her husband was gone and their son was happily playing with his trains and his pajamas, she stood at the mirror and pulled her lips back from her teeth, turned her head from side to side, then tilted her head back and looked at her teeth from that bottom-up angle, searched the internet on her phone for pictures of canines to which she might compare her own, tapped her teeth with her fingernails, told herself she was being silly, then searched humans with dog teeth on her phone, searched do humans and dogs share a common ancestor, searched human and dog hybrid, and recessive animal genes in humans, and research animal-human genes legacy, searched werewolves, searched real werewolves in history, searched, somewhat inexplicably, witches, searched, somewhat relatedly, hysteria, 19th century, and then, since she wanted to, searched rust cures and the yellow wallpaper, and she reread the yellow wallpaper, which she had once read in college, then stared blankly for a while at nothing in particular while sitting on the toilet, then stopped searching altogether. Touch it, she insisted, pointing to her tooth. Her husband reached out and prodded the tip of her canine with his pointer finger. Ow, he said, pulling his hand back and cradling it close to his body. Just kidding, he said, as he held up an unscathed finger and waggled it at her face. Your tooth looks the same to me. You always think something's wrong with you, he said good-naturedly. Her husband was an engineer. He specialized in quality control. What precisely this meant, the mother was not entirely sure. So we went around and looked at machines to make sure they were maximizing efficiency, adjusted systems to keep them humming along at higher frequencies, read output reports and made suggestions toward improvement. Sure, whatever. What she did know was that he had little time for feelings, a condescending patience for intuition, and scoffed openly at talk unsupported by peer-reviewed scientific studies or statistics. Still, he was a good man, a caring man, an affable man whom she appreciated very much, despite everything. She was, after all, prone to indecision, doubling back on things she once felt but had since come to feel differently about. She was prone to anxiety, to worry, to a sensation in her chest that her heart might explode. She ran hot, she buzzed. She either needed to keep busy or else she needed to lie down and sleep. Her husband, on the other hand, needed nothing whatsoever. No wonder, then, that they deferred to his judgment, his good, level-headed judgment, his engineer's evenness. Of course there was nothing wrong with her. This she told herself as they lay in bed, their child between them, asleep and wedging his toes between her leg. "I think I should sleep in the guest room," she whispered to her husband. "Why?" he whispered back. "I get so angry now, at night," she said. He didn't respond. "I think I just need a good night's sleep," she added. "Okay," he said. She rolled from bed without a sound and felt her way down the stairs and tucked into the clean sheets of the guest bed. She rubbed the patch of coarse hair on the back of her neck to soothe herself, then ran her tongue over the sharp edges of her teeth. In this way, she fell into a thick and unbothered sleep. One day, the mother had been a mother, but then one night she was quite suddenly something else. Yes, it had been June, and yes, her husband had been gone the entire week. In fact, it was his 22nd week-long absence that year, a year in which only 24 weeks in total had passed. Not that anyone was counting. Yes, the boy had an ear infection that week and had only slept in fitful bouts. Yes, he had not really been napping well or even at all. Yes, she was experiencing PMS for the first time in her life at age 37. And it was then, on a regular Friday, in the deepest hours of night, when the boy awoke there in bed between his mother and father, for he would not, sleep in his own. It was the third or fourth time that night he had stirred. She had lost track. At first she did nothing, waiting for her husband to wake, which he did not, because that wasn't a thing he ever did. She waited longer than she usually did, waited and waited, the boy wailing and her lying still as a corpse, patiently waiting for the day when her corpse self would miraculously be reanimated and taken into the kingdom of the chosen, where it would create an astonishing art installation composed of many aesthetically interesting beds. The corpse would have unlimited childcare and be able to hang out and go to show openings and drink corpse wine with other corpses whenever it wanted, because that was heaven. That was it. She lay there as long as she could without making a sound, a movement. Her child's screams fanned a flame of rage that flickered in her chest. That single white-hot light at the center of the darkness of herself. That was the point of origin from which she birthed something new, from which all women do. You light a fire early in your girlhood. You stoke it and tend it. You protect it at all costs. You don't let it rage into a mountain of light, because that's not becoming of a girl. You keep it secret. You let it burn. You look into the eyes of other girls and see their fires flickering there, offer conspiratorial nods, never speak aloud of a near unbearable heat, a growing conflagration. You tend the flame, because if you don't, you're stuck in the cold on your own, doomed to seasonal layers, doomed to practicality, doomed to this is just the way things are, doomed to settling and understanding and reasoning and agreeing and seeing it another way, and seeing it his way, and seeing it from all the other ways but your own. And upon hearing the boy scream, the particular pitch and slice, she saw the flame behind her closed eyes. For a moment it quivered on unseen air, then at once lengthened and thinned, paused, and dropped with a whomp into her chest, then deeper into her belly, setting her aflame. "Go, Bargy!" she gurgled, sleep-drunk, only half awake. She was trying to say something, go back to sleep perhaps, but instead the words came out in an undulating sweep of grunts and squeals, sounds she'd only ever heard long before during her girlhood from her grandmother's husky as it begged at the door for dinner scraps. She had never liked that dog, firstly because its eyes were ice blue, the eyes of the undead, and moreover because of the way it sounded, almost human. And no, those same sounds slipped from her own mouth. The strangeness of the sound and then the memory of the husky woke her more than she would have liked. "Stop," she said sharply to the child, her husband an unmoving mass on the other side of the boy, who rolled and kicked, his cries turning to screams. "Stop, stop, stop," she barked, rolling over to face the boy. "His fucking binky," she growled meanly to her husband, then turned away from them both and stuck a finger in one ear. The boy cried, and her husband did nothing and nothing. The fire roared larger, blistering hot until it threatened to consume her entirely, and it was then she rose with a great howl, flung the sheets from her, reached for the bedside light, in her haste knocked the lamp to the floor and heard it shatter, moaned with rage and staggered around the bed, found the other bedside lamp and turned the switch to find her husband sitting there in bed, holding the cowering boy, binky now in mouth. Her hair was long and unkempt, and suspended within it small bits of leaves, a bit of cracker or bread, unidentified white fluff. She breathed heavily from her mouth. Smears of blood painted her path around the bed, tiny shards of lamp base now embedded in the tender skin of her feet. Though this the mother did not notice, or perhaps she didn't care. Her eyes narrowed, and she sniffed the air. She skulked back to her side of the bed, wrapped herself in the blankets, and without helping, without offering a hand, without care, promptly plummeted into a hard and drowning sleep. Thanks.
Driving on the Left, My Place of Dreams by Susan Schubert. It could have been a disaster, this trip back to Scotland and Ireland. The planning had gone on for months. Plane tickets, hotels, B&Bs, car rentals, they were all acquired. We had scheduled day trips by jeep, tour buses, but then there was the drive, the first day, 6 hours in our rented Mercedes. We were headed out of Edinburgh towards the Highlands, across the country to the Isle of Skye. We had to drive on the left side of the road. The left! Seemed like a disaster to me, but to get there, the Isle of Skye, it was my place of dreams. I was asked, where would you go if you had free travel miles and could go anywhere? Scotland and Ireland, I yelled out. Since my trip of a lifetime in 1971, I had yearned to go back, especially Scotland, most definitely the Isle of Skye. In the Scottish Highlands, I had fallen for a bonny Scotsman. 3 days of bliss were spent with this kind man in 1971. I wanted to see him again. The tickets were purchased with free miles. It was a deal not to be refused. Let me know. We have 24 hours to change our minds, my girlfriend said. I asked my husband, okay to do this? Go for 2 weeks? Yes, you deserve it. This trip back after all these years. Go! Tell her you're in. Go! We were both yelling at each other from across the room. It was December, and the trip dates were in June. That would give me a chance to get in shape, both physically and mentally. I hadn't flown on an airplane since 1991. These were different times with all the checkpoints and luggage size restrictions. And what would I bring? I'll need all new clothes. A suitcase. No, I'll take my backpack, like the first trip. A new one, carry it on my back. I will relive the old trip, but stay in hotels instead of hostels. Thinking out loud, oh my God, we need to find places to stay. We must book our hotels now. The perspiration was forming on my brow. I was getting panicky. I couldn't breathe. I had to lay down on the floor to ventilate, still thinking, I'll never be able to do this. What was I thinking? I'm too old. Al came to my rescue, as did our Maltese Mo, who licked my face and then laid down next to me, nudged against my side. You can do this. Just relax. You have time to plan and get ready. We'll be fine. As if I even worried about them. There it was, the monster in the room, leaving my husband and dog home together for 2 weeks alone without me. Now another huge worry, a whole other set of plans to be made. I took another deep breath and got up. Okay, I have to go look for hotels. And off I went to my inner sanctum, the computer room in the front bedroom of the house, to peruse availability, especially on the Isle of Skye, a very important tourist spot since they made the PBS show Outlander. I had to get back to Skye and see if Angus, my Bonnie Scotsman, was still there. I had to see him again. I had to see his face again. The new year was upon us, and I made the decision to find Angus online. My friend's son-in-law gave me the name of a drummer he knew on Skye that did Jeep tours. We had that booked and paid for as well. Sam, the Jeep man's wife, knew Angus. Things were falling into place like puzzle pieces. It all made so much sense, me going. I needed to see him, Angus, that I was coming. Could he meet me there, for a drink? I messaged Angus on Facebook. He said he didn't remember back that far, but with a photo or two from that summer, when I was 22, he did finally say he could meet me with his wife. I was beside myself with hope. If we saw each other, would the love I had left behind, the peace of my heart I had given him, would we find each other again? I was going all out for this moment. Al would have to let me do this. It had been over a year after my trip back in '71 before Al and I even got together. This was something I needed to find out. Was there still love left on Skye? Ever since I had been there in '71, I had thought of him and his island. We had hiked together, danced, made love for 3 days. I became entranced, living all the years, married to Al, but still in love secretly with Angus. I named our firstborn a Scottish name, played bagpipes in a Scottish band. I was all things plaid, even the dresses the bridesmaid wore in the wedding. I played with fire, unbeknownst to Al, but as our lives continued, my love for Al became pure and strong. Angus was all but forgotten, just a twinge or a tear here and there. I had left him on his island all those years ago to follow my dreams of more adventure in Europe and to finish my papers for college graduation. That was what the '71 trip was all about, after all. My English literature professor had set it up for me, a summer, 6 months away to study abroad, self-study independently. I took off with my backpack full of clothes, journals for writing, and a self-assurance, a confidence that I could do this all on my own. I had a friend, Vivian, in Chicago, who had worked in the home of a lady, Mrs. Lass, who also found jobs for students to spend summers in London. Mrs. Lass was my contact. She found me a place to live for 2 months in the home of Welsh national poet and his family. I worked for them to save on my room and board, and after 2 months took off hitchhiking to Scotland and Ireland. I ended up on the Isle of Skye in the Northern Highlands for 6 days. 3 were spent with Angus. Then off I went to Ireland, followed by France, Germany, and other places, dictated by my paper writing and by the people I met along the way. I had planned on going back to Skye before the snow to see Angus once again and hoped he would ask me to stay. I longed for it the rest of my trip, but by October I was too exhausted to continue, and in a hasty moment ended up going home. I had written him but never heard back. If I had gone then to see him, would he have wanted me to stay? This trip back to Scotland and Ireland became an obsession for me. I stressed so much worrying about how I would handle it, meeting Angus again, getting through the airports, driving on the left. The whole scenario was open-ended with no true idea to grasp onto, only the working of my brain, contemplating the outcomes. I could hardly function, and cut back on many of my activities, blaming the trip as the reason why I couldn't mentally be there. The closer I got to flyaway day, the more anxious and quiet I became. My mind was racing, though with thoughts of how it would go once I got to Sky. My whole being was dangling on that meeting for a drink. Less than a week before takeoff, my bags packed, my passport and foreign cash neatly tucked in my secret waist wallet, my maps and the directions Angus had given me to get out of Edinburgh and over the Highlands to Skye, he messages me. Something had come up, and he would be in Italy when I was there, and he wouldn't be able to meet me after all. I read the message over and over, and my heart just broke again each time. The trip had become my whole reason to go to Skye, to see him. I couldn't tell him that, though. I didn't want to scare him away, thinking or knowing I still loved him after all these years. He bolted anyway. How could I go on this trip now? My travel partner, Bo, I couldn't disappoint her. We had paid for the Jeep tour on Skye and our hotels. I had to go. It was still my place of dreams. This trip was happening with or without him, pushing my feelings back and telling Angus, "Sorry to miss you, you jerk," which of course I did not say, but instead, "Have a nice time in Italy, and thank you for the directions." I'd be on Skye after all, and Skye was beautiful, wild and raw. I did need to see it again, go to the parts I had visited in '71, and to see new landscapes, make new memories. Weeks later, the trip is over. It has taken a long time to recoup from the jet lag and the letdown after being over there in Scotland and Ireland for 2 weeks. The trip was wonderful, not a disaster at all. Yet I still feel like there is unfinished business for me on Skye. I guess I will just have to go back. I hope it won't be too late. At least I know how to drive there on the left. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Woody Skinner. I'm going to be reading to you from A Thousand Distant Radios. This is my debut short story collection, and I would say about half the stories are set in Arkansas, and the other half are sort of more surreal, and they're set in various places. I want to confirm every stereotype there is about Arkansas, so I'm going to sit here in a mullet and read a short story about a cow. This one is called The Wavering Grass. Originally it was called Muriel, which is the name of the cow. We ended up changing the name to The Wavering Grass, but I think tonight I'm changing it back to Muriel. So never mind, I'm going to read Muriel. The other cows, Herefords and limousines mostly, were obsessed with escape. They roamed the fence days on end, hunting busted barbed wire. Not Muriel, the Angus. Even then it was obvious she was the smartest in the herd. She would stand in the sage grass at the foot of a persimmon tree, her face pensive as she mouthed fruits, jaw rolling, tongue flicking seeds. When air concussed overhead and tree limbs trembled, a thunderstorm signals, she always went to the barn, even while the other cows scattered like lice in the pasture's green fur, mouths open, licking skyward. And she'd always be the last to show when Albert arrived with paintbrush and tick chemicals, or when he pinned them up one by one and lit into them with hormone cock syringes. She'd recognized, even as a yearling, that escape was just a different kind of ruin. That fugitives were napped into a stranger's trailer, delivered to the sale barn, a hot, dusty wait for the butcher's blade. Or even worse, turned up cars smacked, snap-ribbed, a buzzer buffet. Muriel didn't waste her time at the trampled property line. She had a steady supply of grass, and that was plenty. It always had been, actually. Even in the hanging cradle of her mother's belly, she'd grown by a grass-fat main line. Pressure, breath, hunger, these were her first sensations. Until it was time to come into sun. Those choked hours of muscle and strain and pain. And then, from outside, smooth hands clamping her legs, pulling her into harsh, hard light. Hours spent in warm grass wetted by her blood-slicked body. Her mother's licks, heavy and coarse, blind strokes of animal love. Muriel still feeling, as she lay in the sun, the grip of the hands that had pulled her into the world. Her legs, wobbly at first, stoutened and stiffened. Years waved through the hot grass, trickled through melting snow. She grew taller, fatter. Time charted across the visits of Albert, that upright god whose hands now dispensed pain, needle prick serums and metal taste minerals and high blistering compounds. She'd withdraw into the grass, the very grass where she lay during that first afternoon. Oh, the grass. How could a body want and want so? She passed days plucking tufts, blades dangling from her jaws, grass tearing up, channeling to her stomach, clumping around her hindquarters. And there, in the thick of her backside, grew another kind of wanting. The ache to get bigger, fatter still. Hard-kerneled longing in the meat of her, like seeds in a persimmon middle. She stood horny for a whole summer, the sky wavering above, a blue monolith, tinted and trembling. What to do but stand beneath the sky? Land heat cooked under her hooves, hindquarters stacked around ancient desire, a buried vault undiscovered, waiting. She spent restless days in the shade of a leaning barn, waiting, and one morning it happened. A trailer delivered the bull, a Brahmin, pin up and ornery. She watched as a man in faded army fatigues, a man who wasn't Albert, opened the trailer door. The bull's hooves clapped the trailer floor, his haunches rattling the walls. Albert and the army man wrangled the bull into the corral where she was waiting. She didn't protest like the other heifers, those filibustering rituals. No, she trotted to the ring's center and stood, queenly and expectant, submission untainted by the indignity of evasion. The men stood by as the bull circled her, heavy breaths and hoof scratching. She waited there in the rising dust of his commotion, dirt specks wafting onto her, the long summer's heat beaten into her sweaty hide. Her hips cracked open, spine softening, ready for the bull, ready to collapse into his heavy violence, his hulking fuck. And finally he arrived, pushing onto her. She stared into the grass, insects shivering between stalks. The sun lay alkaline overhead, its own hot violence, its churning middle ironing down the landscape. As the Brahmin torqued, she saw at her periphery Albert's stolid face, his hat held at his hip, his quiet observance of the moment. Muriel realized then what the other cows would never know, that cattle were his one luxury. She sensed the hours he spent fixing mechanical watches, his hands cramping as he wheedled those tiny insides, parts twitching like little beetles. She could feel in his past those gaunt days of weighing his money against the price of meat, discounted chicken or remaindered beef. She knew he'd piece together watch after watch, hands blue with arthritis, hoping that one day he'd need consider just one simple question: sell or slaughter. After the bull, months spent under a changing sky, summer's hardness softening to autumn. Her insides softened too. The bull had enlivened her body, made it delicate, even as her bones thickened. She was nosing grass one afternoon, sore-jawed and hungry, when she saw a bloody tooth lying in clumped alfalfa. Other teeth followed, her skull spitting them out. milk teeth, bloody bits of bone scattered in scalded grass. And the growing that followed the bull's visit, ribs widening, belly distending, everything bloated, even her organs swelling, a tom-tom heart punching blood through her body, her uterus thickening, amniotic matter gelling into muscle and bone clotting into a cow-shaped mass. Was this to be expected? Was any of this to be expected? The wavering grass, the upturned ocean of the sky, the four-legged train car that was her body, were these to be expected? Her body grew obscene for its size, an absurd tumescence. Her belly didn't lower but widened, her ribs bending around the calf, the cradle of bone. The kick jabs lancing her insides like she'd swallowed something lively, something vile. And months later, contractions, heavy and pushing, deep, wheezing breaths. And still no calf. All the flexing, straining, breathing, but no calf. Only a leg dangling from her backside. A body wrenched, racked. She needed to be alone with her throbbing misery. She carried herself away from the barn and past the feed troughs and past the ponds to the lowest ground, a dry creek bed. It was a kind of dry heaving, her body retching without release. The bull had opened her up, but not enough for what was here. A Brahman-bred calf and an Angus, it wasn't sensible. But there'd been nothing sensible in her longing, her need for the bull. An oversized calf plugged in her middle. The problem, a matter of direction. The problem, an ass-first exit. She lay down, the ground pushing against her belly, easing the pain somehow. Panting in the grass, she felt a disorientation like she had the afternoon she was born. The world turned inside out. The sky tall now, the sun sunken beyond the horizon's leafy dam. In the distance, she heard feed pans clanging. Albert, come to count the herd, to call them to the barn, to check in on the bull-heavied heifers. She crawled deeper into the grass, her belly dragging the ground as she pushed, as though the pressure might turn the calf around. And the low gloam hung an evening moon, fat as an apple, sudden as the hot head of the branding iron. Then Albert appeared at the edge of the brush, calling, "Hey-ho, hey-ho." He stepped closer, sensing her presence. She studied him, the grass stalk splintering her vision, the worn lines of his suit, the oil-parted hair, the arthritic hands, knuckles like lug nuts, his skin softly pigmented, a bruised fruit. Still he kept the same ready posture, the same hungry lean. He stepped closer, his eyes locked on her. Muriel watched his hands that had pulled her into the world of grass, below the big sky. Now, with the calf aching inside her like a giant rotten tooth, she needed his hands, this needing the worst since the bull's visit. Albert circled her slowly, eyes pressing on her hide. He produced a pair of rubber gloves, stretched them over his fingers. Then he stepped behind her and began pulling the calf. This sensation oddly similar to that first pain inflicted by the bull. It hurt, yes, but with satisfying purpose, a tension to be released through its own aggravation. She opened herself to it, legs spreading, spine slackening, the calf's progress slow but fully felt, Albert's strong hands relieving her wearied muscles. But then a searing pang ripped through her hindquarters. The throbbing loosed itself from her midsection, saturated the rest of her. Her legs stiffened, body lifting from the ground. Agony seized her, its clutch euphoric. She was giddy with hurt, the pain its own splendid dimension. She was standing inside of it. Albert cursed. His voice slitted through the formless noise of the pain, and her body absorbed his words. Within those sounds she felt old knowledge, gentle sensations, memories delirium. There was Albert as a little boy, seated at a roughshod table. Outside the window, snowflakes blinking down, thick as biscuit flour. The sallow skin of a younger brother, cries hissing sickly from a cornered crib. This was the day his mother handed him the cleaver, told him to slaughter the pig, the last of their winter meat, and carried across the pasture to the neighbors they owed. It was then, as she remembered that old knife, that Muriel sensed the cool metal melting through her groin. She'd seen this knife before, applied to feed bags, to hay bale twine. Now the blade edged through her belly spilling open, the calf hanging there. As the knife worked, Muriel thought about that day when Albert had handled the pig, how he dragged the animal through the snow, blood gurgling from the slit throat, burps of steam rising. How he left the pig with a flank-arm farm woman. How he followed the blood trail back across the pasture until new snow blotted it out. Now Muriel was death standing, Albert grappling with the half-born calf. Her shock surged into a muscled fit, spinning and bucking, her skull smashed against his chest, flipping him onto his back. Her hooves stamped Albert's torso, ribs slivered his heart. Albert lay there, his hands outstretched and still. Muriel settled beside him, the two of them crowding death in the pickled light of dusk. She spent these last minutes in another memory, the time Albert left home, abandoned the tree-rotten hills of Arkansas, that starving farmland, to head to the Boeing factory in Seattle. The job, the city, the new life, these things would ruin quickly. But Muriel rested inside that earlier moment, on the way to Seattle. She listened to the steel gallop of train wheels, Albert's body jostling westward. He was 17 years old and sipping seltzer beside the broad window of the dining car. Outside, the planes dragging backwards beneath the marble slab sky. A whole sprawled continent of grass, dense and green and delicious, bristling under the sun. Thanks.
Hi all, how's it going? It's nice to be sort of semi-present with you here right now. My name's Erich Slimak. I'm a third-year MFA at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. A lot of my work has to do with loss of spaces, sites of memory, and the like. So all of my stuff is sort of in one way or another an attempt to recover that, whatever that might look like. For example, my first poem is about my family's bakery that was demolished to make room for an interstate. Proposal for monument construction. Kitchen tree. Customer. City of Cleveland, Ohio. Location. Median of Interstate 71 beneath Fulton Road overpass. Contractor. Furious Snail Builders. In recognition of the contributions of one Anna Nisder Dobromilski to the culinary fabric of Cleveland's Old West Side, we, the undersigned, propose the erection of a permanent monument on what would be the present-day site of the Fulton Bakery, established by Ms. Dobromilski in 1933 and since demolished to build the interstate in question. The structure's design will be twofold, primarily taking the form of a large stone tree, akin to a mobile over a crib, with frying pans, baking sheets, mixing bowls, spatulas, serving forks, kitchen knives, hanging from wires of various lengths strung from the branches. The assorted pieces of cookware will collide when the wind blows, resulting in an uneven percussion of metal on metal, the sound of a kitchen in use. Beneath the constellation of implements will be a refrigerator, stove, kitchen table, and one long countertop with several appliances on it. My 9-year-old father will wait patiently at the table while Miss Dobromilski, his grandmother, prepares his favorite foods to exacting specifications, cutting off crusts, peeling tomatoes, straining scrambled eggs. Piped in from a hidden speaker will be the voice of my father's father. Jesus Christ, Anna, just make him eat it. He can't have someone do this for him his whole life. This will go unacknowledged by the two, who will only smile at each other occasionally. In fact, they will never speak at all. We look forward to working with you. Erich Slimak, Chief Architect. This next poem is called Elegy for Plumber, Struck by Train. It's for Richard Millett. It was almost a carnival after the derailment. Everybody sprawled in the speedway lot, blankets on blacktop, and children squealing as they ran figure eights around gas pumps. The smokers, perpetually planning ahead, cleaned out the beer cooler and retreated to the shade of the filthy lawn to appraise it all from beneath their gray halos. The cab lay 500 yards from the point of impact, imploded into scrap, but the trailer had only fallen into the railroad ditch. Park Forest Plum, it read, cut off by the jagged hole through metal, torn as if by a circus lion. Buckets and wrenches littered the ground, scattered like lawn toys, and the canary yellow arches of a McDonald's cup winked, half buried in mud, false flowers of the late afternoon. I wrote this next poem at the very beginning of quarantine when everything was just, scattered everywhere, a mess. It was kind of an attempt to get all the different variables of my life into one place, kind of. It's called the sliding scale of certainty. If you can see here, it's got a line down the center of it. It's supposed to be like a pain scale at a doctor's office with the smiling faces and the frowning faces. It's got certainty and uncertainty at the bottom. Here it is. A sliding scale of certainty. 1. Every night at dusk, my neighbor cooks a new, inevitably delicious meal and tinges the air with garlic musk. 2. Isaac told me once how odd it is that we've evolved to eat something without sniffing it and assessing the danger. No more poking or prodding. 3. Sniffing my fingers, the cat rests her head in my hand like a stone. 4. I fear the secret bacteria of meat. Turn it over one more time. Keep it cooking for just another 5 minutes. 5. The corner street lamp stays lit for 15 minutes at a time. 6. Underneath its darkening flare, a man in an electric wheelchair cruises down the abandoned street, threading the bike lane as he rounds the corner, wide and slow, a one-man night parade. 7. The sidewalk of my old subway stop is festooned with trucks that bear the refrigerated dead, suspended, I imagine, like store-bought fruit, balanced between their earth-deep source and something else entirely. 8. How did we find out about garlic, anyway? How many people died on their hands and knees 8,000 years ago, digging up something they weren't sure if they'd live through? 9. Is someone I know descended from whoever discovered garlic? 10. Who have I come from, and what did they dig up? What made their tongues sing with delight? What closed their reddened throats? So a lot of my poems revolve around, as I said, memory, recalling it. A lot of that tends to center on family members. So this is a poem about my dad. Patron saint of the swollen prostate. My father at 73 experiences the phenomenon of double voiding, wandering back to the toilet 15 minutes after the first time, like a forgetful salmon. I lean against the wall of what could be called the foyer of this gas station bathroom. Men of all ilks throw crumpled paper towels and shoot me odd looks, but I'm waiting for the man who taught me the rules of these porcelain temples. Eyes forward, aim straight, don't eat the bright pink urinal cakes. We're so similar now. How we place right hands to our hips in expectation. Standing side by side in relief, we look curated, a piece of performance art. We both sigh halfway through, disappointed at the double wasting of our time and all we need to keep ourselves alive. I've misspoken. 10 years ago, my father couldn't walk right, found blood in strange places. When they took his prostate out, I faked sick and begged to see him, pale and half awake, with a dim grin resting on his face. Sometimes I wake up at night and catch him across the hall, out of bed for the 4th or 5th time. In the bathroom nightlight, his bald head glows faintly, like a familiar porch in the dark. He rests his forehead on his arm against the wall, and expends the little his body can muster, bowing before the water, like a man in grief or prayer. 2-poem warning. For the sake of equilibrium, here is a poem about my mother now. Mother with cigarette, Hurricane Bertha. Perched on the radiator, she wears a sundress owned by her own mother, checkered red, and we watch the gunmetal sky. Plume after plume of smoke rises, is spun into gossamer by the ceiling fan. The 5-story oak trees in our yard never move, but now they bow back and forth as if part of some horrible ritual. I bury my face in her side and can smell the deep places I have come from. She swears quietly, noticing her flame has gone out. Lights another match. This is my last one for y'all. Thanks again for being here. That last poem took place in the kitchen of my childhood home, which has since been demolished to make room for a very ugly building. You're probably sensing a theme here. This poem is called On the Day My Ancestral Home Rises from the Dead. I want them to give us back the Victorian house, rising from unseen dirt to slough off the condominium like a sheet of dead skin. Blonde brick cracks and tumbles off the peak of the antique roof until a heap of rebar and glass settles in the gutter. Cement splits open. Up comes the wooden fence, pickets rubbed smooth by 100 years of rain. What's left of pavement dissolves like an ice cube as the old lawn claws its way back to sunlight, spring in 60 seconds. My mother cheers and chain smokes across the street, while the dead family too waft in through the ether, climb up drain pipes, hang from the splendid cornices. The hens let out their shrill grumble as Grandpa Bill collects their speckled eggs, and if you listen closely, you can hear Joe in his basement workshop. He grinds dentures in a cloud of silica dust, his nephew 3 stories up in the narrow attic bedroom, shouting, "Shut up! Shut up! Don't you know you're keeping everyone awake with all that noise?" That's all I have for y'all. Thanks so much for coming out. I hope you stay safe, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. Take it easy, all right? Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. This is K.James D'Agostino speaking from my office here in Champaign. I hope you're all staying safe and healthy in this very interesting time we're all experiencing together. I'd like to read for you 2 poems of this story. I'll start with this poem, which is titled Godstorm. Someone put a box of kittens in the church donation bin, and this woman looking in, at least they're only cats. Imagine if they're horses. You can see humanness in a horse's eyes. And I think about when I saw God's skull in his cloud-lined coffin overhead. Like a dented egg, it had no eye sockets, no mouth, no ears. And since then, every storm is God's skeleton churning in the sky, turning above a woman trapped in her attic by rising floods, or above a man gasping in his car as brown water bubbles up. And seraphim looking in, at least they're only humans. Imagine if it were. My cat Squirrel and I lift one by his scruff, pin him to my side, turn him on his back. Light flashes in his eyes. I have seen children look like this. Predators sleek and hungry to their bones. Are humans never hungry for meat? For dinner I rend a chicken's softened flesh from its fragile bones. The cats scream around me and my wife purrs at them. She asks, as always, why are they so cute, these babies? And I answer, as I always answer, if they weren't cute, then we would eat them. I wonder why they do not eat us. Does our humanness obscure our meatness? The elders would tell me the cats can see the godness in our eyes. And I know that godness is a thing, but I can't see it. For all the humanity, all the meat and the pulsing blood, all the clouds and the lightning, and God's featureless skull in the way. This story I'm going to read next was published a few months back in a great journal called The Gravity of the Thing. This is The Worms. The garden was nothing if not a lesson in death. Brown spots immediately appeared on the leaves of the pepper plants, outpacing even the blooming of the marigolds and reducing half her hopes to diseased compost. The squash seemed promising, vines bursting with life so eagerly that they smothered the more humble strawberry bushes. But of the squash that did not turn brown and fall off the vine, only one grew nearly ready to harvest before it was stolen by a hare nesting in the neighbor's weeds. After that, the war factory woke on the horizon. These were massive and ancient mountains of black metal. They hadn't been run in over 500 years, but they sprang to ravenous life when the vote passed. The factories roared and quaked, coughing black smoke that obscured the sunlight most days. Growth in her garden stalled. The plants endured unhappily. The leaves turned yellow to begrudge what sunlight the clouds permitted. But she didn't surrender. She was still out there every day plucking cabbage worms off her broccoli with a pair of tweezers. Green caterpillars that could be almost invisibly small or a fat inch long. They would defiantly transform into white butterflies if she missed them. But the caterpillars reduced the broccoli leaves to withered webs if left to feast. So she picked them up, crushed their bodies with the tweezers, and threw the tiny corpses into the yard. Her husband thought this was terrible. He watched one day while he used the garden hose to rinse the factory ash off the basil. She split an inch-long green caterpillar in half with the tweezers. It writhed in pain, but she ignored its death throes and threw it away. He said, "Oh my God, how can you do that to them? That was going to be a butterfly," he said. She said, "They are worms." This was the same summer that the ground began to sing. The entire planet emitted this sound. The voice of the earth was not a low groan, it was not gravelly. This was a person's voice, passably beautiful in a way that defied criticism, like a child singing softly in the basement underfoot. It didn't sing well or badly. It was not good, it was not bad. It was pretty. It sang one song endlessly, soft and slow in a language no one knew. It was a ballad, or it was a dirge, or it was a lullaby. It was an interruption. She had to leave her garden. She was called to the academy by the director of linguistics, whom she knew professionally for some years and had never known to take illogical action. The director was a man who did not fear many things, who had a large garden of his own, and they had, in fact, been competing to see who would kill more cabbage worms over the summer. He hadn't left the academy since the vote, however, abandoning his garden to wilt beneath the clouds of the factories. The streets were not safe since the vote, he said. Not for people who knew foreign languages and studied foreign literature, who valued foreign things. He placed her in a room with other experts of translation and linguistic science. He instructed them to translate the words of the song that the earth had begun to sing. Impossible. They all sat in a circle, the great oak hall around them. She faced a corner and fussed over a neglected ficus. The hall had not been burned, though most of the bookshelves had been emptied within days of the vote. Impossible, they told one another, pulling at their coats and looking often toward the shuttered windows and locked doors. Oh, they tried for an hour or two, and they had no basis of comparison. It was unlike any language ever heard, and they didn't even know what the earth was singing about. Vocabulary, grammar, context, nothing. Impossible, they said, and left it at that. When the meeting broke up, some remained in hiding in the academy. Some tried to make it home, but were waylaid, their vehicles left empty on the side of the road. She carried home the wilting ficus, dirt from the pot on her blouse. By this and the worm blood on her fingers, marking her more as a woman of the earth than an academic, she made it home unbothered. In the city, as days passed, people grew quiet while they listened to the song. Anything else seemed rude, like it might interrupt the performance. Families chose not to speak at dinner, eating quietly while they listened. Music did not play in the cafes, and people placed their orders in whispers. Theaters were empty, construction work ceased. Even the people who pulled the linguists, the journalists, the artists from their cars or their houses did so quietly. When they came to the academy, the director of linguistics made a point of complying in respectful silence. People moved about in a confused hush, pretending to live normally while the song repeated around them over and over. But the war factory roared on, all the more hideous for its inattention. Perhaps one could not hear the song from inside the roaring factory. Perhaps the workers therein, the soldiers awaiting their weapons in the giant greasy stockrooms, had no idea that the earth was singing beneath them. She watched the factory in the evenings while she listened to the song. Once, her husband came up beside her at the window and said, "Did you hear about the director?" She glanced at her husband sideways and put a finger to her lips. Rain had been forecast for the weekend, but it did not come. On the day the rain was supposed to come, the sky was neither overcast nor sunny, possessed entirely by the smoke and heat of the factory. She was out in the garden, looking askance at where the wall of her house had been blackened by the factory's soot. The factory was like a giant engine shifting back and forth beneath the mountains, almost invisible now in its own fumes. Red light bled upward from the factory, discoloring the entire sky. It was like a long sunset, but too red, too bright, the fumes too black beneath it. No, this was more like every sunset and every sunrise blooming out of every night all at once, a plague of daybreak and eventide. Once it burned itself out, the sun would be stuck in between, a darkening coal suspended forever just above the horizon. Her husband was washing the soot off the basil and squash and the withered strawberries. He was overwatering them, rinsing them like this every day. She was crouched over the broccoli with the tweezers, pulling off the cabbage worms. He said, "Why don't you just leave them alone?" But no. She could still save this broccoli, this one thing, if she could keep up with the worms. God, they were everywhere, though. Every leaf she overturned harbored a colony of worms. They piled one on another and hid under each other's bodies. The biggest lined up along the stems, so dense that the broccoli bent with their weight, but she worked at it. She pulled and killed and threw them away. She lifted them in the tweezers, divided their bodies, and did not hear their pain. She cast their twisting corpses into her blackened grass. The earth sang beneath her. She had been listening to the song for almost a week now. Her academic mind, still instinctively trying to distinguish word, structure, inflection, had memorized the song's melody and strange lyrics. They repeated every 6 minutes. She found she could sing along, and she did. It was simple once she started. She'd once enjoyed singing, had sung often in her youth, and did not know why she'd stopped. Maybe she hadn't heard a song this beautiful in a long time. Yes, this song, this voice, like her mother's voice, now that she thought about it. Smooth words, blending, with plenty of time between them to breathe. It was a meditative song. It was soothing and easy to sing. While she sang, the worms did not writhe. They did not seem to object to their deaths. She plucked them smoothly from the leaves. They hung calmly in the tweezers. They twitched just a bit when she pinched them in half. She laid them gently between the blades of grass, their green bodies like wet seeds in the black soot. The earth's song struck her differently now that she was singing it. She recalled a song that had had a similar taste in her mouth, one she translated as part of her academy work when she was still trying to prove her muster in the department. The song of a long-dead people, their culture mostly lost to time, except for the one song that they held had been taught to them by the earth itself. It was a lullaby they had sung at funerals, lulling the dead to sleep so that they would float placidly atop the rivers that ran beneath the world. "Look," her husband said. "Look up." She laid a worm in the grass and then sat back on her haunches, turning her face upward. There, amid the black and the red rising from the factory, were white streaks like new clouds. They traced the path of orange points, sparks in the sky that flew too straight, too fast. From the zenith of the haze, they pitched down the way a hawk dives for a rodent or a thrush for an insect, gold-feathered and screaming. They had come a long way to dive now toward the factory and the city. "Oh," she said, while the earth continued to sing around them. She sighed and fell back in the grass. Black soot rose around her and settled on her like dust. She lay still and said, "Oh, we could have been so beautiful if only we'd been given the time." The last thing I'd like to read is a poem titled A Threnody for the Victims of 1st July 2017, and this requires a little bit of explanation. First, a threnody is a type of grieving song. It's a kind of dirge. It can be called a wailing song because of the lamentations and the grief wails that can be incorporated into it. There is a tradition of poems called threnodies, but mine pulls specifically on this musical tradition, and more specifically on a composition by composer Krzysztof Penderecki, who debuted a threnody for the victims of Hiroshima in 1960. This composition is, to me, several minutes of terrifying and beautiful string music that imitates wailing grief, using these instruments to make fascinating screeching and jittering sounds. That music also served as inspiration for a post-rock group called Ascent of Everest and their composition, A Threnody for the Victims of November 2nd, which references Reagan's re-election. That song samples Mario Cuomo's famous 1984 Democratic National Convention speech. So my poem will be informed by all of those things. The last thing you need to know before I begin reading it is that on July 1st, 2017, the United States announced its intent to withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement. So here is a threnody for the victims of 1st July 2017. What is that keen, that wild, that mindlessly terrified keen, that shriek of string and bow, or the noise the tower makes as in the summer sun its metal grows, or as it shrinks in the winter cold? How like people are its tortured rivets? How like their weeping is the sound that it emits? If only you could hear. What would be the sound of salt pouring into fresh water and permeating the land, rising pungent from the garden sand? These plants do feel pain, dying long in the salt. You smell their olfactory screams and smile at its sweetness. You would not smile as wide if you smelled it in the flooded delta at shrimp school and salty pools where once they made rice grow. What is that sound, that jittering, bubbly, slurred racket? Confused fingers fumbling numbly on strings, or hyenas laughing? Not out of joy, but out of scavenger instinct. They survive the endless drought by drinking blood instead of water, just like you. Do you hear that sound? I think it's the strings again, but I know the song of the swarm. Desperate locusts siege a city just like a dust storm, and the dust is getting worse too. Oh, here is a sound I know. The low, patient voice, maybe offended, maybe ignorant. It is your voice and mine, regardless of the speaker. We've heard it before. We listened and we did not listen. We cared and we did not care. It doesn't matter. We abdicate all the same. God, these cheering people, these screaming people sound exactly like the wild strings, sound exactly like the capsizing refugee ships with 50 dead, and the silence thereafter, just like the silence thereafter. I don't think you hear this now from where you lay sunbathing on the shining portico, asking for the heat to be turned up just a bit, the sun to be turned up just a bit, drinking from your salt-rimmed glass while a voice on the radio sings about how good God is to you. Thank you for listening. Stay safe.
Hello, my name is Koritha Mitchell, and I'm absolutely delighted to be with you today. I am a literary historian and cultural critic, and I'm the author of Living with Lynching, which was published in 2011 by the University of Illinois Press. I'm also the editor of an 1892 novel by Frances E.W. Harper titled Iola Leroy, and I produced this edition of it in 2018, published by Broadview Press. But the reason I'm with you today is because I am also the author of From Slave Cabins to the White House, Homemade Citizenship in African American Culture, which, as you can see, is more evidence that the University of Illinois Press produces absolutely gorgeous books. So I'm sharing with you from this study today, which is a study that looks at canonical Black women's texts from the slavery era up to Michelle Obama. And what the study strives to do is offer a reading practice that is different from what we're typically taught. We're typically taught that anyone in a marginalized group whenever you encounter their literature and art, you should presume protest is one of its major preoccupations. But what I have learned is that very often the success of marginalized groups inspires aggression just as often as it inspires praise. And so when that is the case, one comes to understand that marginalized groups and their art are not reacting to dominant culture so much as dominant culture is reacting to any success that they have in order to squash the success they have so that it can continue to parade as if it were actually dominant and not reactionary. So by looking at canonical works by Black women through the lens of success, I actually come up with very different interpretations of those texts. I begin in 1861 with Harriet Jacobs' Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl. It's a novelized autobiography that basically tells her story of coming of age in the slavery era with everything against her. But I trace the way that she is defining success and redefining success in order to keep her eye on her own goals, despite all of the violence that's coming her way whenever she's able to achieve even a measure of success. In that same chapter, I look at Elizabeth Keckley's Behind the Scenes, or 30 Years a Slave and 4 Years in the White House. Again, it's a slave narrative, and the subtitle is gesturing to the fact that Elizabeth Keckley was the dressmaker to Abraham Lincoln's wife. So in that one chapter, you can see that we move from slave cabins to the White House. And in the subsequent chapters, I look at other canonical texts from different decades. In chapter 6, I end with Michelle Obama, looking at her public persona as First Lady as a performance text. I take seriously her decisions about hair, clothes, bodily presentation, as well as her decisions about how to decorate the White House. Taken together, those amount to a performance text of her public persona as First Lady, and I read that through the same lens of success that I read the other texts throughout the book. So with that foundation laid, I come to the coda of the study, which is where I'll be sharing with you today. And that coda is titled From Mom in Chief to Predator in Chief. And it helps us understand why 63 million Americans voted to move the country from mom in chief in the figure of Michelle Obama to a predator in chief in one Donald Trump, right? The person who 53% of white women nevertheless voted for, even after the recording of him bragging about grabbing women in their private parts. There's really nothing mysterious about understanding why such a move would happen. And so my coda goes to the heart of precisely that. Understanding know your place aggression takes the mystery out of why so many Americans were eager to see the country move from mom in chief to predator in chief. Because the nation's most common words and deeds aim to diminish people who are not straight, white, and male, those who are women and or of color receive a very consistent message: know your place. Donald Trump's political ascendancy highlighted what has always been most characteristic of the United States and most characteristic of this country's commitment to ensuring the unequal distribution of literally everything. Having made himself a political contender by questioning Barack Obama's citizenship, Trump continued to expose the true nature of American culture when he officially launched his presidential campaign by calling Mexicans rapists. Trump was more explicit than most, but anti-Mexican sentiment is part of the very foundation of this country. This rhetoric relied on long-standing, widespread hatred, and so Trump gained momentum by using it. Of course, Trump's denigration of women has been as consistent as his racism, and this fact has never presented a problem because American institutions are designed to operate most smoothly when women of color are denigrated. Meanwhile, everyone is assured that these women cannot possibly be victims or experiencing anything significant because they are supposedly such a non-issue. National discourse ignores women of color even as it targets them. The ignoring is part of the violence. Accordingly, when Trump publicly insulted a Latina in the mid-1990s, there was little outrage. Trump had repeatedly called Venezuelan model Alicia Machado, the 1996 Miss Universe pageant winner. He consistently called her Miss Piggy and Miss Housekeeping. He was not a presidential hopeful at that point, but the degree to which he could have been without such behavior hurting his chances has now been thoroughly demonstrated. Ultimately, Trump's rise reveals what all American institutions have in common. The government is no different from a private corporation or a public university. They were all designed to ensure that white men can hoard power and status, whether they deserve to, according to their own criteria or not. Once he became the Republican nominee for president, Trump's demeanor toward Hillary Clinton exposed the nation's commitment to know your place aggression as clearly as his 2 terms of harassing Barack Obama did. As was the case with disrespecting Obama, the cultural significance lies not simply in Trump's behavior, but in the support he enjoys. It is clear that many share the beliefs that undergird his racist, sexist words and deeds. Even if one assumes most Americans do not support the ideas, but simply tolerate them, it's important to understand why tolerance is such a common response. In short, this country operates on the firmly held belief that white men are entitled to whatever they deem to be their right. In fact, there is nothing Americans believe in more than they believe in white male volition. Trump's coziness with Russia's Vladimir Putin underscores this fact. No matter how problematic a behavior is by their own standards, white men who hold the power will not curb white men's free will. White men will certainly presume to know what's best for women and deem themselves to be the best judges of whether or not people of color are worthy, but they will not intrude upon another white man's right to do as he pleases. Making citizenship a violent mechanism that carves white men's benefits out of everyone else's pain and deprivation is the American way. And this fact took center stage when Hillary Clinton became Trump's opponent. In other words, know your place aggression is simultaneously reactionary and productive. Relentless attacks on people who are not white and male, even if, or especially because they embody what the nation claims to respect, ensures that absolutely no standards are placed on white men. That is, white men are presumed deserving no matter what they do. As noted at the beginning of this study, citizenship is not respected based on behavior, but based on demographic. Americans are taught to see value in white men literally no matter what they do. Trump himself said, "I can stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose voters." And Americans delude themselves if they think this statement is hyperbole rather than an accurate reflection of their social and political reality. Know your place aggression is at the heart of U.S. citizenship. As I've argued in another context, all of American culture, including American jurisprudence, has evolved to ensure that real citizens, white men, keep their license to do harm because others must sometimes be reminded that they are not truly citizens. So, when a white man literally kills someone, the nation's institutions mobilize to manufacture innocence for him. As cultural historian David Leonard has demonstrated so powerfully in relationship to serial killers. Serial killers in the United States are overwhelmingly white and male, and the response to them suggests that no matter what, white men should continue to enjoy the rights and privileges of American citizenship. I mean, after all, that's the only reason American citizenship was created. With white male license as its very reason for existing, the mechanisms of American citizenship flew into overdrive to oppose a female presidential candidate. So suggestions that Hillary Clinton was a problematic nominee only deflect from how thoroughly American culture was on display in the 2016 presidential election. Her success was used against her, as often happens for members of marginalized groups, because American culture is designed toward reminding them of their so-called proper place. I share that with you today from my book, From Slave Cabins to the White House, because it's important that we understand how U.S. citizenship is currently operating. Unless we understand that right now it is geared toward protecting only the sense of belonging of straight white men and denigrating everyone else, until we can grapple with that, we can't actually make it stand for something else. And I sincerely hope that we all get much more serious about making U.S. citizenship actually operate in a very different way. Again, my name is Koritha Mitchell. I am the author of From Slave Cabins to the White House, Homemade Citizenship in African American Culture. You can find me on Twitter at Prof. Kori. That's Profkori. Again, my name is Koritha Mitchell. It rhymes with Aretha, though it's not spelled that way. And you can, of course, find me at my website, KorithaMitchell.com, Koritha Mitchell.com. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, I'm Zeke Jarvis, and I'm going to be reading two stories. Both of these appear in my upcoming short story collection, Antisocial Norms, being put out by Closet Skeleton Press. The first one is Dark, Not Stormy, and this was originally published in Foliate Oak. The night was neither dark nor stormy. I mean, I suppose it was somewhat dark. It was, after all, night, but stormy? No. The meteorologists had predicted some rain in the area, but meteorologists were wrong, as they often are, which is funny in a way, because if you think about it, meteorologist, more commonly referred to as weatherman or weather person, preferably not weather girl, as it is a bit demeaning and sounds like a bad superhero from the 80s. Anyway, it's one of the few professions where you can be wrong, like flat out wrong, and people just say, it happens, and don't really get upset. You couldn't do that in other fields. You couldn't, for instance, be a garbage man, or a sanitation engineer, as it is less commonly referred to, and toss just anything around into the truck. Like, you couldn't toss somebody's lunch into a garbage truck and have them say, it happens, like anybody could make a mistake about what garbage is. I'm sure that something has got left behind or tossed out that shouldn't have been, but people don't accept it like they do with meteorologists. So anyway, the night was neither dark nor stormy. It was not a night built for cliches, unless they're that one cliche about clowns, but there's something about nights, maybe the darkness, that seems to always make that cliche true. Or maybe it's just always true about clowns. It's probably best not to think about clowns one way or the other. Though I once had a dream about these clowns that were half plant and half person and they ate people, which makes them half cannibalistic, I guess. It was horrifying. But that was a different night. That night was kind of dark and not at all stormy. It was the kind of night when someone could end up murdered, but more likely someone in the city would end up eating tacos alone. That's the kind of night it was, to be honest. Which is kind of the problem, really. Tacos don't make for drama, generally speaking, although I did once see a kid eating a taco at lunch and he got sick and he puked part of the taco back up into the shell. Seriously. It was in high school and it was fantastic. But it was also during the day, not at night. And really, these days, I think if someone did that at night, they'd probably take a picture of it on their smartphone and post it to Twitter or Facebook, and then there'd be this whole conversation about whether or not the photo was faked. Like, a bunch of people would argue about this. Do you understand? When that's our world, when that's what we do, then does it really matter if the night was dark and stormy? Does it really? I mean, I'm not saying I was lying about the night, the weather, or the taco, but even if I did lie, would it change your life much? No, barely at all. You'd forget it tomorrow when somebody posted a picture of a puke taco and you wondered if it had all been photoshopped, and you wouldn't even remember if it had rained last night or not. Perhaps truer now than ever. The second story is Losing Face, and this one was published in Thrice Fiction. This guy's face kept falling off in the doctor's office, and we all felt bad for him because, it was his face. At first, I tried not to make eye contact. I figured that he was probably embarrassed, so I just kind of kept an eye on him. Mostly, I wanted to see if he was okay, but I'll admit I was curious too. Who wouldn't be? It's not like I was the only one in the office sort of looking at him and sort of not looking at him. The first time his face fell off, I looked over, kind of spooked because it made this really gross slapping sound when it hit the floor. The guy sighed really loudly, then picked it up and pressed it back onto his head. I looked away right before he looked around. Probably he was trying to see if anyone was watching. He started whistling, and that was a mistake. He should have sat with his face in his hands. Nobody would have blamed him, and I don't think anyone would have said anything. When he whistled, the vibrations from his whistling are probably what made his face fall off again. So then we were like looking at the ceiling, checking our cell phones, anything to not look at him. And it happened 2 more times. The 4th time I tried to look over at his face, and it looked like he had some dust and junk and other stuff on it from the floor, and the guy just pressed it back on his head. Isn't that nuts? So now he has dirt and germs and who knows what else under his skin. I don't know, maybe he thought he was in the doctor's office anyway, so he'd just get it cleaned up or something, but you wouldn't catch me pressing my face back on if it fell onto the floor. I mean, God forbid. And all that nastiness was all just the first 4 times. The 5th time his face fell to the floor again, it was face down, I guess you would say, and he just started crying, like things weren't awkward enough for the rest of us. It was so bad we weren't even looking at each other. I mean, after the 3rd time that fell, a few of us made eye contact and laughed a little. Not hard, it's not like we were trying to be mean or anything. A couple of us rolled our eyes, but he didn't see. He was too busy trying to put his face back on. But this 5th time, when he started to cry, it was like everything got real all of a sudden. It made us wonder what the deal was with his face. Could our faces fall off? I didn't want to stop caring about this guy's problems, but I guess I didn't really care about the guy's problems in the first place. But anyway, we all had to just sit there listening to him cry. And now he had his hands on his faceless face, and his hands were probably dirty, so he was making things worse. And we all had to sit there in the doctor's office. We had to decide if we should look at our phones, not really look at what was on the phone, but just look at not the guy trying to not to react. Or did we flip through the pamphlets in the office or something? That wasn't really anything that you could do that wasn't awful, and it was a doctor's office, so everything was kind of uncomfortable in the first place. Eventually, they called him back. Turns out his last name was Little. The guy started to stand up, and then he sat back down. Then he reached down and picked up his face, which he just let stay on the ground after the 5th time it fell off. He just held on to his face while he headed back to the actual rooms, and we were all stuck there, not sure if we should talk about the guy or not. Like, do we say, what was with that guy? Or, why didn't he take his face into the bathroom and leave us alone? I got called back about 10 minutes later. I didn't see the guy whose face kept falling off. I just got my usual boring checkup. I'm supposed to watch my weight a little bit more. It was creepy, and I was glad to be out of there when my appointment was over, but I still think about that guy. Wherever he is now, faceless, I'm sure. And part of what I think about is just, what were we all supposed to do? What would have been right or helpful? I can't figure it out, but luckily I've never been in a situation like that again. Fingers crossed, it stays that way.
Will it ever be the last take? Hi, I'm Guy, and today I'm going to be reading a short story that I have written called Trevor. I wrote it back in 2019, in November. Please excuse any bug sounds coming from The broken window over there, this is in fact the best room in the whole apartment to do this in. So we will be getting some nice background noise. Thank you for coming to the PYGMALION online festival. And hopefully you are all enjoying your 2020 as well as you possibly can. So, Trevor woke up to the sound of his 7th snoozed alarm. The first thing he did was try to see how hard he could pop his back. Then, after great success, he reached for the filtered water bottle next to his bed and drank a long gulp of cool water in order to wake up his stomach. His thirst wasn't quenched after just one, so he drank the whole rest of it and then lay back down for a bit. After his 8th snoozed alarm, he woke up again and began checking his favorite competitive chess forums for new posts. Competitive chess forums weren't as fun as actually playing competitive chess, but at least they scratched the itch. Sometimes it just wasn't the right year for competitive chess. He checked his social media accounts to see what his friends had to say about the most recent competitive chess news. Of course, fucking Joseph was opposed to the latest policy changes announced by the Figment Hotel, which had been posted to the hotel's social media accounts shortly after having hosted their most recent chess tournament. One would think that it would be completely reasonable for any hotel to announce some new rules and limits here and there in order to accommodate for the gradual increase in chess-related foot traffic every year. But obviously fucking Joseph was already online at 8 in the morning being all angry and entitled about the please keep the hallways free of debris part. Trevor decided to get in there and counter with the suggestion that every time any kind of event or convention gets more popular, the places that hold the events usually have to issue reminders about rowdy guests now and then. It was just a run-of-the-mill stuff for any genre of large group, from comic conventions to church retreats. Immediately, Joseph responded with the bold claim that the hotel was discriminating against chess. "That's literally ridiculous," replied Trevor in the comments section of Joseph's post. "Don't you mean figuratively ridiculous?" said Joseph. Now Trevor was angry for real. He spent 40 more minutes of his own morning on that conversation. He almost dropped Joseph right then and there as a friend. But not quite. After all, he and Joseph used to hang out in college, back when they were both single and foolish. Now, Joseph had a girlfriend, but he was still just as foolish. Trevor was single and very intelligent. He moved on to his messages, which mostly consisted of his friends sending him memes and his parents trying to coordinate family-related stuff with him. He got up from his bed and stretched again, and he went to the kitchen to see about breakfast. He selected a banana to start with, and then he went back to his bed slowly and ate it while he got his phone back out to watch the internet's most recent competitive chess videos. There was a really funny one that put him in a better mood. It featured some dipshit chess player being just so fucking mad about being kicked out of a tournament for being rude to staff. The man had made the video in protest, but he got fucking shown. The staff was clearly in the right. The comment section of this man's vlog was almost unanimously against him, with maybe one or two of the man's diehard fans insisting that the staff was just selfish. He finished his banana, drank some more water, and then got up and hunted around for part 2 of his breakfast. It looked like it was going to be granola and 3 fried eggs. He poured the granola into a bowl and poured milk over it, and then cooked the eggs and put them on a plate. He decided that toast would also be good here, so he popped some into the toaster real fast, and once it was ready, he went back to his bedroom to eat it. To complete his meal experience, he pulled his phone back out of his pocket and looked up more videos about competitive chess. He watched a few drama videos with some chess vloggers being really angry at other chess vloggers, and he commented on 1 or 2 of those so that he could point out to everybody that he knew who was right. He checked his notifications to see whether or not anyone had responded to yesterday's comments on chess videos, and to his relief and delight, he saw that there was indeed one reply to a comment he'd left on a video where a man was complaining about common rookie mistakes in chess technique. Trevor's comment had been, "Rookie mistakes? More like rook mistakes." 7 hours ago, the random stranger had replied, "Best comment." Trevor was now walking on air. Joseph didn't matter anymore for now. That's right. Trevor had the best comment. He finished his breakfast, drank more water, and then got fully dressed and got in his car to go to work. Trevor arrived at the Barreltown University campus after a comfortable 15-minute drive. He was a professor of contemporary literature there, and he really enjoyed his job. His students were especially sharp this semester, and he was having a lot of fun finding out what they had to say about the assigned reading, even if some of them did get a little annoying now and then. They were all sweet people, though. One of them had even bought him a mug for his 33rd birthday that year, and it had a picture of a pawn on it. It was his favorite mug in the entire world. That day in class, He was writing important plot points from the current assigned reading on the chalkboard. He loved that he got to write on a chalkboard. Trevor said, "So, then we get to the part of the story where Candace first hears the news that the car is a sentient car that wants to be a real boy." Some of the members of the front row nodded, their brows furrowed. Trevor said, "So, let's discuss the motivation of Mr. Headlights. Somebody tell me what kind of irony we're working with here." A few students raised their hands, and he selected a guy in the back row. The student said, "Verbal irony?" "And why's that?" said Trevor. "Because Mr. Headlights said that he wanted to get close to Candace because her passion was to help inanimate objects become human, and he led her to believe that their relationship was symbiotic by saying that he wanted to be a real boy. But really, that was just a ruse so that he could steal all the shirts in Candace's shirt factory and then enjoy them as a car, because filling his interior with stolen shirts was his favorite thing. So when she asked him whether he was only getting close to her in order to steal shirts from her shirt factory, and he said no, he was actually speaking the opposite of the truth, making it verbal irony." Trevor said, "All right." He gestured toward another student toward the front. She said, "I think it's situational irony because Mr. Headlights tried to trick her so that he could get the shirts, but the process of trying to obtain the shirts caused him to realize that deep down he only wanted to swallow stolen shirts in order to satiate his longing to have something related to humanity inside him, because he had a craving to actually be a real boy." Trevor said, "What if I said, you're both right?" He proceeded to blow all of their minds for the next 40 minutes. At lunchtime, he decided to stop by his favorite cafe. He purchased a stylish sandwich and a black coffee, and then spent the whole time enjoying the hot meal and zoning out to social media on his phone. Joseph was at it again. Not only did this guy always share terrible dead memes, but his taste in content was overly confrontational. It was always stuff like, "If you don't know how to play chess, get out of my country." It made Trevor's blood boil. This particular offending meme was a garish relic of the golden age of impact font. The image was bad clip art of an upset man shrugging. The top text read, "Help, 911," and the bottom text read, "My dumb bitch girlfriend can't understand chess." Trevor had some time before his next class, so he hopped into that comment section with his own fresh take on this absolute bullshit. "Yikes," he typed, "bet your girlfriend loves this meme." Joseph responded immediately with, "She laughed at it." Trevor smirked to himself. Joseph was so out of touch, as if this guy's girlfriend would ever be dumb enough to actually like such a bad meme. But Trevor? No. Trevor respected women, and he would never post such a bad meme. Trevor got in there lightning fast and wrote, "Yeah, I bet she faked a laugh." Literally not even 2 seconds later, because he was so pathetic and had nothing better to do, Joseph replied, "What is your damage that you need to freak out on all my posts?" Trevor said, "I'm completely calm. I'd be a bad friend if I didn't call people out. This meme is against women." Joseph said, "Get a fucking life, dude." Trevor commented, "I have a fucking life. I'm a professor of contemporary literature." He knew that Joseph resented him for working at a university, since Joseph only worked at a public high school. Not that there was anything wrong with working at a public high school. Someone certainly had to do it. Trevor's contemporary literature comment didn't finish sending, though. And then he got an error message that read, "You aren't allowed to comment on this post." He felt a strange discomfort in the pit of his stomach, and then he typed Joseph's full name into the search bar. Nothing came up. His old college buddy Joseph had officially blocked him. Trevor arrived at his 1:30 class feeling a bit off-kilter. It was honestly about time that he and Joseph stopped talking. In fact, it was long overdue. He didn't need a sexist chess douche in his life, and Joseph was never going to listen to any of his advice anyway. Maybe it was simply the right time for him to cut Joseph out of his life. He decided that if his old classmate ever did unblock him, he would never respond to Joseph ever again. He worried about whether or not his students could sense his nervous mood, but they all seemed to be acting normal, so he decided to call it a win in terms of slipping his true feelings under the radar. Over the course of the class, he turned his focus toward their genuinely interesting questions and answers. He was just so proud of them all. Many of them were trying their best to show up every single day, despite the obvious urge to give in to their own personal daily panic attacks. There were some who were struggling more than others, and he did his best to help them feel welcome in the lesson, even if they weren't getting top grades. He got a chance to hang out in his office afterward because it was time for him to open advice hours. On this particular day, to his delight, no students came in to ask him any questions during this time. He loved each and every one of them, but sometimes they were exhausting. Because of his urge to nurture them, some of them seemed tempted to lean on him for emotional support. He tried his best to be there for him, but some of them had personal life problems that were quite frankly so complicated and nightmarish that all he could do was refer them to the campus therapists and hope for the best. It sucked because it was always something that was affecting their studies, and he wanted so badly for these new adults to experience some kind of healing so that they could move forward with their professional and academic goals. While he was alone in his office, he decided to make some memes. It was a hobby of his, to help him distract himself from the strain of his work and from his yearning for his past glory days of playing competitive chess during his own undergrad years. He prided himself in his up-to-date understanding of meme culture, although he was always the first to acknowledge that he was learning a lot of the nuances from his students. Since they liked him so much, they were eager to share things with him, and this included many of the most recent cultural inside jokes of the given month. With his schedule, it wasn't always easy for him to stay clued in, so sometimes he would make a clumsy reference to a meme from too long ago, and his students would awkwardly laugh, and he would join in with their laughing and say, "All right, what did I do wrong this time?" He always found it just as hilarious as they did. He didn't update his meme page frequently, but he had enough followers to make it fun for him to keep posting. It was something that fed his soul. Many of his followers were there because of the gimmick of the page, which was that he was a professor who made memes. They were about literature, and most of them were very good. A lot of his students wanted to follow him on social media, but he needed boundaries, so he never accepted any of their friend requests, no matter how funny their jokes were. About once per semester, one of the new bunch of students would find out about his meme page and share it around to the others in class, which made him uncomfortable because this meant that he did have to censor himself just a bit if he didn't want them referencing his more embarrassing material during a lesson. It still made him happy to see them like his posts, though. He wouldn't interact with their comments, but he would chuckle when they referenced his memes in class. Thank you. That was the end of the story, and I finally finished reading it, and so if you would like to see any more of my personal writings and other creative endeavors, they are all at the YouTube channel Shoelace Kink. I do a lot of improvised stories as opposed to this one that I wrote like normal. But yes, that's Shoelace Kink, and yes, that's what you can go check out if you would like to see any more of my stuff. And I did get permission to put this on my YouTube channel after the Pygmalion event is all over, so if you are watching this from my YouTube channel and you're curious about the other people who performed at the Pygmalion online festival, online for this specific year because of events, but yes, if you would like to check out any of the other people who have done stuff at Pygmalion, please go check out their website. Even if the event is over by the time that my YouTube followers see it, I'm sure that they'll still be able to find information on all the wonderful people who have performed and, read their writings and all that for Pygmalion. And extra special thanks especially to all of the people at Pygmalion who put it all together. Again, I'm Guy, and my YouTube channel is Shoelace Kink. Thank you to everybody.
My name is Kathy Robinson. I've been writing poetry for about 6 years now. I am a member of the CU Poets and also the Illinois State Poetry Society. And I edit the anthology for the society every 2 years, made up of members' poems. So that's one way to get published. Join the ISPS. How I Came to Poetry, December 13th, 2000. On the FM radio, Garrison Keillor is describing Santa Lucia as the patron saint of authors, while I am transfixed at the kitchen sink, gazing eastward into the early dark of a winter's night, as a green meteor streaks through the sky, bright sparkles winking in its wake, then disappears behind a roiling stream of pulsing, white-glowing power plant steam, drawn down from the stacks by a cold air inversion, or some other such magic of the atmosphere. In this season of portents, I salute this presentation, this promise, in silent awe, and stash it away for a time of further ripening. As it happens, I did not start writing poetry for another 14 years, but I always think back on that mystical experience. It seemed so promising. My 23 pairs of scissors. 23 pairs of scissors where my mother had but one, except a pair for cutting fingernails and another for our hair. Oh, plus a pair of pinking shears to finish seams and clothes she made for us from cut-down grown-up things. My husband found the 23 while packing up our household after I had moved ahead to start work on the new home that will be the focal point for our small clan now that our elders are all gone. He, a biophysicist and amateur archaeologist, began as an undergrad with the systematic study of plants. So I was not surprised that he enjoyed this great discovery at my expense. But scissors are so cheap now. That's what I said when he announced his startling find. And it's not as if they were a cache all squirreled away and out of sight. Think how they were always right at hand whenever needed. True, he did agree. But still, 23 pairs of scissors. Gloria's reprieve. My mother left her body and her borning baby on the table with the doctors and the nurses, and hovered near the ceiling, looking down. She did not trust that they would save her life if it could cost the child's. She, who loved her children, loved all children, yet quite rightly loved her own life as well. The crisis was averted, and it was with great relief she left her airy outpost and resumed the thrum of beat and breath and dodging death with upright work and perseverance, kindly words or none at all, lessons of respect and love, responsibility, too much humility, yet never private doubt that she had truly been without her corporeal self for those few startling moments in a place so far away and now so long ago. This poem involves two mothers. Generation. Don't you be perching on his porch, my mother said, her lips pursed, in a tone my teenaged mind could understand instinctively, though I'd not heard the quaint old phrase before. And while I knew she meant that I was being forward, I did not see how it applied to me. I'd offered to pull weeds for my boyfriend's mother while their family took a trip. She had a lovely garden of curated, once wild flowers and heirloom herbs that called to me as if I were a bee, drawn by more than the pheromones wafting from her handsome second son. Trillium, Mayapple, Johnny Jump Up, Lady Slipper, Gentleman's Breeches, Jack in the Pulpit, Baby's Breath. I did not work for her that year, though he and I together were to tend and to extend her garden for some 40 summers more. Propriety's sacrifice. I read somewhere that Hindus recognize 16 types of marriage, making it widely possible for art. Propriety's sacrifice. I read somewhere that Hindus recognize 16 types of marriage, making it widely possible for all children to be born in wedlock. I thought at once of Grandma's father's sister, shadowy great-aunt Pearl, dying alone in St. Louis, pregnant and penniless, far from the farm. That is all I know of her, except she was the darling daughter, youngest in her family, till unsought forces upset her path with that new and terrible twist. How could the family cast her out? I asked my favorite grandma. She'd been a child when this transpired. We never ever spoke of it, she said, through teeth clenched hard, after 70 years. And so I was left to ponder those who'd not helped when her need was greatest. Pearl, a victim of their narrow Christian vision of what true love can mean and be. This next poem was prompted by a line from Abraham Lincoln's first inaugural address, "The better angels of our nature." When she considered how her days were spent, she thanked her forebears for a temperament attuned to balance, moderation, plus a healthy dose of stimulation of the mental sort, with starring roles for curiosity and cosmic wonder. She'd bypassed physics in her college years, likewise philosophy. Their lack now spurs her onward into learning all she can about the universe and space and time, and what we think we know of humankind. Truthfully, to our shame, unkind, while hoping we eventually become, like Lincoln's angels, better than begun. I looked up range of motion in the dictionary, and this is what I found. Without use or challenge, joints and muscles lose their flexibility, contract and weaken, leading to loss of balance and mobility. And here's what that prompted me to write. Improving range of motion in the body politic is no small task. We rarely choose to reach beyond our comfort zone, to stretch until it hurts, then hold that to a count of 3 or 10 or 30,000 if need be. We need a hefty dose of P3T, physical, political, psychic therapy. Without this course, what does our future hold? Contraction, weakness, pain, and immobility. Who will help us stretch beyond our sense of limits? We need a coach, an ally, one with vision and a sense of certainty that the collective corpus can be improved. The death of this democracy could be forestalled. The nature of being. At some point in the past 10 years, she realized that fleet hints of her eventual death, demise, apparent disappearance, which she'd not considered seriously before, now find her undisturbed. She credits new maturity, sensing that serenity has rooted near her heart, where ancient thinkers located soul and mind. Like some of them, she's grown to view existence as eternal, though impersonal, a case of energy and matter endlessly cycling into and out of one phase or another, and not always in a living state. She's had her share of mystical experience this time around, lovely and profound with those she cherishes, while conscious of the reformation that awaits them all, herself as well. She can't imagine other mysteries, the terrible stark glory of atomic detonation blooming like a rose high in the atmosphere, or ashy stain overspreading Arctic tundra when former permafrost ignites with wildfire in a dream of white-hot ecstasy, or the silent, mesmerizing sight as half a distant mountain unmoors from its balance point and tumbles in slow motion and a rising cloud of dust. The angel of rebirth set free again. Likewise, my grandchild pats the wrinkles on my face and jiggles wobbly flesh beneath my chin. Likewise, my grandchild pats the wrinkles on my face and jiggles wobbly flesh beneath my chin, while giggling in a way I could resent if I were not so old and she so young. She asks of me a favor, something minor, using skills her mother happens not to have, and I am pleased she trusts that I can work some simple magic. Yet I pause before beginning, for lately her behavior has offended one and all, and I wonder if I should exact some precondition, proof that she can see beyond her own desires and fickle whims. But her shortfalls are yet for her impossible to see, as were mine for me before I grew so wrinkled and so wise. And so I will comply with grace, my own complicity an act of faith, that her inherent goodness will, eventually, prevail. And my last poem, this is rather silly. Recipe for disaster. Chop a handful of resentment, drizzle in some raw self-pity, add a dash of disappointment, whisk until it's gritty. Set the mess aside to gel. Then, oh well, what the hell, dish it up if you're able. Whack it on the table. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Energia, and I will be reading a few poems from a project I'm working on. These first two take place in my childhood neighborhood in Florida. Barrio Tour Fragment, Culinary. But man, those huaraches. Ode to their fresh fried dough. Renee showed me their bean paste joy under the shade of our carport, sitting on buckets over the slick of motor oil. Oh, you like hearing about the huaraches? You should have seen it. You like hearing about the motor oil? You should have seen it. I'd eat huaraches with Angel, Jonathan, and Javi. Yes, the same Javi who... Never mind. Anyways, it was my break from beating them. No, huaraches aren't vegan. On our Xbox. Huaraches made me go outside, lured me to the tienda where someone accepted my Latinidad, spoke to me as a brother whether or not I spoke good Spanish. No, I still don't speak great Spanish. Well, it's still probably better than yours. Anyway, that tienda was a haven of gente and bochinche. Bochinche means gossip, and a sea swelling with new white-owned businesses. Yes, like that cute bakery from down the block. Those huaraches taught me that community can be the inside of a tienda. Love, don't interrupt me. Love, a flavor pressed against the tongue. Okay, questions? No? Fine. But I have a question for you. What happens to the love when the store changes owners. This next poem is part of a pillow book, which is a set of lists that someone would like, a list of things that someone would like to be able to hold on to or to be able to have but can't. It's after Rigoberto Gonzalez's poem Border Crosser Pillow Book. This is Gillespie Park Pillow Book, Things I Would Devour. A Totino's registered party pizza, but, one that tastes like memory. Pounds on pounds of the crumbled gold Teresa broke from sponges of cakes not quite good to sell. The sun's heat radiating off Gillespie's tennis courts. The cakes Teresa could sell, but gifted us anyway. Strawberries, grapes, and kiwi shining over the topping and hiding in the layers. Not, maybe, my taste, but a taste of my home. A hot dog box full of 7-Eleven registered mini tacos, their shells crunch surrendering, their grease pulling my tongue in its embrace. The dirt slick with motor oil. Potty soup, steam tickling my nose, heat making it run, my face embarrassing and delighted. The humid air surrounding us, the sticky embrace connecting each thing to the next thing, molecules of water that bumped me on my way to Javi's, then bumped other molecules, daisy chaining their way to the tennis players, to the love bugs above, to the boys by the 7-Eleven registered, to their sweating Slurpees registered, to the sweat on the folks loitering in its parking lot, to families by Bianca's coming to eat huaraches or grab some groceries or watch soccer in language that loves them a bit more, in a place steeped in language that loves them a bit more, or just to get a break from that air, a warm blanket you could almost eat, air with weight, body. And that other soup, my mother's soup reanimated from Gladware containers, for nights battling with Jonathan, Javi, Angel, soup, a brick so solid I could have bashed it on the kids that tried, now and then, to finesse a window or lock in our apartment or our neighbors. Like the kids were my magnetos, like I was some boy wonder, some young avenger, some thoughtless bludgeoner favoring a cold brick over warm broth. And those huaraches, oh man, they tasted like oh man. And yes, the contracts for the new mansions coming up on the block. I'd smudge out the signatures, smother them with garlic, cayenne, lemon pepper, swallow them page by damn page. Liliana's specialty empanadas paired with my mom's crisp and a Thanksgiving turkey baked in the duplex across from ours. The grease from the mini tacos. The oil in the carport and the yard. The sun, the greasy air, a love bug. These next two poems deal more with my dad's side of my family, all of whom came from Ecuador, many of whom still live there. This first poem is a pantoum. Ode to my sister's meme. Foreground. Strawberry baby cradled in a shell and the disembodied hands of an angel, possibly, or maybe God. Oh, not a shell. A golden spoon. Shell gently in photoshopped hands, white note. Strawberry baby sleeps nestled in their not shell, in their golden spoon. And when I say strawberry baby, I mean literal strawberry baby. White head nestled, leaves adorning their neck, specklings of seeds. And when I say strawberry baby, I mean it's a little concerning there in a spoon. With leaves adorning their neck, specklings of seeds, they seem an easy target for hunger. A little thing, unconcerned in a spoon. I begin thinking this may be something close to the point. Yes, they do seem an easy target for hunger, asleep in a sky turning quickly to night, and maybe that's the point. A prayer for a sunset, a night quiet enough to sleep outside. Asleep in a sky turning quickly to night, the strawberry baby carries my sister's hopes. A sunset, quiet night sleep, outside the constant worries of the world. The strawberry baby brings my sister's hopes, an angel, or, if possible, God. The constant worries of the world eclipsed by the foreground, a strawberry baby cradled. Note, the pictures of heaven are, even in Ecuador, so white. Can't leave that in a small moment I don't write down. Café listo. My father begins the day simple. A spoon or two of Nescafé, sugar, and a bread from one of the panaderias in the city. Sometimes he picks pan dulce, sometimes a roll stuffed with cheese. Sometimes he lets me choose, but he always chooses the store. He knows I might choose one of the places he doesn't like. I've been gone for so long, after all, and he knows that his world, to me, is still so new. America raised me into someone unfamiliar with his home, unfamiliar with him. In the store, he makes sure to grab a bag or two of milk. At home, he makes sure I cut the bag right this time. One time, I cut so badly the milk went everywhere except the cup. Yes, I once spilled it in the fridge, too. I seem so young for someone who has been gone for so long. At lunch, my father feasts, eats better than I do with my mom, but for dinner, he ends every day the way he starts it. Café listo, milk, and pan. I don't know if he prefers this pattern or simply learned it. I didn't ask. And there are so many things I didn't ask. My Spanish and his English left so many gaps. For years, we didn't know each other's faces, voices. Too many nights I chose not to join him at the table, and there are so many memories with gaps. But there are, as well, those nights we sat together, understanding as best we could, ending the day how we started it, breaking bread and drinking something warm. This final poem is an attempt in this project to bring these two threads together along with a couple other threads that I didn't get to tonight. So I wrote it around the holiday season, and you can pretty immediately tell. My wish list. This year, my holiday wish list is simple. I promise. Nothing crazy. Just a home where all of the ghosts haunting my veins haunt the walls in a way that doesn't feel like haunting. I mean, really here. Living or dead, all my ghosts brought back. Sitting under our string lights, playing 40, kissing in the kitchen, helping us cook, even getting in the way, whichever. Just here, please. Here. I want a living table that grows with each new guest, never feels empty, but has room to it. Fill it with huaraches from Bianca's, made like the makers who still call it Bianca's. Call them to eat first, a toast to their huaraches. toast to their health. Toast the new owners too, to Latinx ownership in a whitewashed land. I want to smell the herb Tamiliana's empanadas and the cranberries from my mom's crisp. I want to follow their instructions as they rest their hands. I want my mother and my father at the same table. I want his wife here too, and I want it to go over well. I want Granddad, Grandma, and her second husband here. I want it to go over well. I want my uncle, mis tíos, y mis abuelos. Quiero ver mis hermanos and my sibs by my side. I want everyone we've ever called family to eat as much as they want. All of us full, just enough. I want all my neighborhood together, a new nation of brushed elbows, dirty plates, and possibility. I want the whole neighborhood full of light, the block alive with music in all of our languages. I want a new language we can all love. I want my love by my side, leading the tune. I want my neighborhood whole, my block alive. And when it's over, I want to wash all the dishes and feel a bit of the night stick inside my palms. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ted Sanders. I'm going to read a story for you today. Thanks for being here to listen. This one's a little bit older, but it felt seasonally appropriate. It's called Rifido for a Day. Through the hole beneath the bed, something insectile creeps into the house at night. Samuel knows it does, even if Becky disagrees, even if the nature of their disagreement in this matter is fundamental. Becky has yet to admit even the existence of the hole. She does this despite losing things to the hole: the wrapping paper tub, one green sandal, her dead father's coin collection. None of this has come up. This is the hole, clean and dark, with a door's dimensions, a sharp and patient yawn beneath them. This is the creature that comes from the hole, black and exoskeletal, man-sized and gleaming, bristling with many jointed limbs. Samuel has never seen it, but he can picture it, squeezing its way from beneath the bed, clawing at the hardwood, its segments flattening. Maybe there are many such creatures. Maybe they come one at a time. Maybe they loom and glower glassily over the bed while he and Becky sleep through hot nights. These possibilities have not been discussed. The house sits square with the world. Its foundation has been built along the compass lines, its walls parallel and perpendicular to every other squared line, the grid lines along which every road has been laid. In this manner, the walls of the house are conduits of orientation to landmarks in town, to other destinations, to every most obvious avenue of arrival and escape. From the bedroom, the conformation of the cornrows can be seen, east-west along the south property line, north-south along the west. No cornrows open onto the yard. Elsewhere along the edges of the field, there are places where the corn's avenues do lie exposed. To Samuel, these simple regimens are like the mile-long bearing of perfectly spaced teeth. This, like an isolated bug song's steady footsteps in the afternoon air, or the right-angle fold of the land into sky, turns time into a ladder. Sometimes, happily, the corn, wind, and sky pull each other to pieces, or sometimes immeasurable insect voices rise. In the morning bedroom, long after Becky rises, frames of swelling light fence the sun-proof curtains. The ceiling fan shimmies. Samuel swings his feet over the bed's edge to the floor, stands. He tries not to hurry away, but can't stop the shivering prickle in his lower spine, in the exposed throats of his ankle-backs. He takes 3 mincing steps away from the bed, across the hardwood toward the door, through which kitchen sounds and the scent of coffee come. He pulls on pajama pants. He can't recall where he last had his slippers. If Becky has noticed the stubborn draft that drags now in these mornings across this floor, pouring into the breach beneath the bed, she hasn't said anything. But her mornings aren't his. He sleeps through the beginning of her day. His sleep, he realizes, is an aspect of the manner in which her every day commences. His sleep and whatever else she sees or hears, whatever else transpires in the bedroom after she wakes, whatever else wakes her. Overnight there is this, a far horizon chorus of chitinous rattling that keeps Samuel either barely awake or scarcely asleep. It comes from beneath. As it approaches, the bed seems to lift, and this reminds him of his own bed as a child, how he would lie spread-eagle there on his back, caught on sleep's cusp, letting the bed lift and yaw dreamily in the dark. His hand finds Becky's hair. He clings to it. The clamor rises, sabers beneath the bed, and there is the question, of course, of what sustains the creatures that come from there, what they sweep clean, what they take when there's nothing left. Becky rolls, her hair twisting around Samuel's fingers. A sound scuttles out of her open mouth, a slow croak, the glottal clack of a drawn breath fighting through a slack, wet throat, and this thick sound slides on into the song spilling from under the eaves of the bed, still rolling beneath him, and in the morning when Samuel wakes into silence, he cannot place himself. Under the dish of the sun in a wash-worn blue sky, Samuel and Becky remove the 2 slumping hay bales from the lawn. In the approach to summer, Becky imagined she would take up archery. Moving the wasted hay bales now is like moving bricks of ragged flesh, blocks so frail and heavy it takes the 2 of them to heft each one. Silent little crickets pop and swarm around their feet, pattering. Lifting the bottom bale reveals a white-brown patch of grass so ruined it looks bleached. Neither of them ask the other how they are going to fix that. Instead, they watch wet, uncovered creatures wriggling in the light, trying to get under again. They watch the crickets springing mutely everywhere. Their frenzy makes Samuel think of matter, of atoms, the orbitals of electrons, clouds of probability, in which each airborne sighting is a spark of chance. But these few crickets spring from a rustling black mass, from beneath the sinewed shadows in the scribbled lawn underfoot, a gaunt, unpartable sea. Samuel stands in the bedroom doorway, long after Becky has gone to work. Within, the sunproof curtains have been pulled back. Plain mid-morning light pours over the hardwood, the bed's sheetscape, the bare opposite wall. Becky's towel, rose-colored and damply dark, lies stretched across the floor, a runway carpet. Its far edge is deep beneath the bed. It could not have fallen into this position. It has plainly been dragged there, drawn flat by whatever pulls at the other end. That's how Samuel sees it. He watches the towel. He watches so long the sun moves. Noises begin to gnaw at him, soft scuttlings, chirrups. He measures the black beneath the bed against the round white peaks of the thrown-back sheets, against the crease between his clenched hands. He measures the sounds leaking from under the bed against the shush and squeak of the dishwasher downstairs. He measures the towel's movement against the calendrical drift of the sun and the swelling tides of his own chest. Late one evening, a cricket gets into the house. They hear it, shrill chirps that won't stop. Becky pulls Samuel from bed. Finding the cricket takes a long time, a hesitant, curse-laced game of warmer, colder. At last, Becky finds it trapped in a vent. The vents are in the old style, a foot across and deep, beneath a heavy square mesh grate. The invader has fallen in and can't jump out. Becky pins it in the beam of the flashlight. The prison shadows of the grate jitter around it, across the dust-fluffed debris down there. The cricket stops chirping, stops moving, ceases to be anything animal. It becomes a part of the innards of the house itself. It is trapped out of reach beneath the bolted-down grate, and for long moments no one suggests anything. Samuel begins to believe that Becky will begin to speak natively to the cricket, to crackle and click. He becomes so sure it will happen that when she finally does speak, he can't understand her. Samuel learns what he can about crickets. A cricket chirps by dragging one toothy forewing across the rigid stem of the other. As it turns out, something only males are equipped to do. Bloated veins are involved. The males chirp to find mates, naturally, but also to warn off other males. Some species also sing postcoitally, a behavior whose purpose is unclear. No images adequately illustrate the mechanism involved in chirping, but while searching, Samuel tumbles onto a family of crickets whose name, he thinks, translates to needle-bearers. Transfixed, he repels an endless white page of grisly photographs, bundles of rounded carapace, chaotic spine, drooping frond. Grotesquely oversized legs bend backward high over lurch-backed bodies. Lank antennae, segmented alien wands, many body lengths long, are rooted over staring oval eyes. Few of the pictures sufficiently indicate scale, a task left to his imagination. Samuel stays awake for hours, staring, while upstairs Becky sleeps. Sometimes when the creature crawls out from under the bed, this is what happens. Samuel dreams that it reaches into his open mouth. It pushes a glistening tendril into him, thick as a fence wire, some lean stalk, a proboscis, an ovipositor. It goes deep, wending its way between organs. It makes a sound like one tongue against another. Samuel can feel the loose course it plows down his throat, but can't stop it from happening. He can't close his mouth. He can't lift his arms. Other times, this is what happens when the creature comes. Becky speaks to it. She sits crisscross at the foot of the bed, head bent over hands, her voice a sine wave of chirps and chatter, clicks and gulps. Sometimes many such creatures come to hear her. The bed heaves from their passage. They scrabble hungrily at the floor, the colorless gleam of their smooth shells glinting. They circle around Becky, such good listeners. They lean over Samuel. They leave when it's over. They never utter a sound. Crickets are cannibals. Samuel reads about gargantuan roving bands of crickets, super swarms, numbering in the millions, with densities so high that landscapes are wiped clean of the protein the crickets crave. Crickets in the back of the swarm, starving in the new-made wasteland, sometimes devour their companions instead. Fear of being consumed, in fact, is one of the engines of propulsion for the swarm as a whole. Each individual is reluctant to stop moving lest he be eaten. Samuel pictures these acts. He searches for images of cricket mouths and finds a greatly magnified photo in which the delicate covering snout of a cricket has been retracted, revealing the mandibles beneath, two glistening, jagged blades like notched and sharpened mahogany claws, like dinosaur parts, savage petals. He reads of crickets taken apart by these jaws, their partial husks left to dry in the sun. He learns, too, that discovering the contents of a cricket's stomach involves removing the head. Becky leaves for work. Samuel mounts the stairs. He pulls the bedroom curtains, spilling sunlight. He watches, and then he hooks a cautious ankle around one leg of the bed. He heaves back, hard. The effort shoots a twinge down his inner thigh. The bed scuffs across the floor, angling, and the far post drops over the edge of the hole beneath. The bed cants crazily, rocking on its catty corners. The bed's near foot hangs in the air. A pillow rolls over and tumbles noiselessly into the darkness, and the sheets, still tucked in on Becky's side, dangle limply into the hole. Samuel catches his breath, skirts leerily around the bed. He examines what he sees. The edges of the hole are square with the walls. The near lip is rounded smooth. The insides are flat, fertile black. He listens, but there is nothing to hear. He wonders if his eyes might never adjust to the darkness. When it occurs to him to imagine what a trained eye down an endless shaft might finally witness, he flees. He goes outside where the cloudless morning is exercising its only option. The land is flat and placid. He has determined that he will leave the bedroom for Becky to see and explain, to admit what she knows, to confess the visitors that creep from there. He has been unable to think why he shouldn't. But as he contemplates the uniformity of the land surrounding the house and the elevation of the sky that crowns it, as a cloud of gnats enters his vision, and he briefly entertains the idea that they are distant, prehistoric birds, massive and swift, confession loses its appeal. He reckons there are no faraway shapes within sight to which one could not claim to candidly walk. He remembers that there are places where the flat surrender of the earth makes the rivers so indecisive they wander arcs of themselves out of existence. The hollows of this house, the drone of something far afield. Samuel stands and holds his hand at arm's length against the indivisible lintel of the horizon. In the mute afternoon, he returns to the bedroom. His belly buckles at what he has left exposed. He rights the bed, straining chancily over the hole. He shoulders the bed back into place, hauls up the hanging sheets, replaces the fallen pillow with a spare. He comes close. His toes fall into the underbed shadow. The lip of the box spring makes way at his knees. He begins to rearrange the lie of the linens atop the bed, striving to replicate precisely the furrowed contours left behind by his own act of rising hours before. This effort is arcane and unappraisable, an attempt to imitate a condition he has never once examined. He stands against the bed for minutes, sculpting wrinkles into the bedscape with the trowels of his hands. He so devotes himself to creating this fiction that he forgets why he does it. He understands only that he cannot leave things this way. The work is anatomical. It progresses, regresses. He forgets to remember how this side of the bed became his. He caresses the sheets into customary shapes he has never seen. Here, maybe, are the cobbled forms of his fear, the bent passings of the draft that tugs at his feet, the ardent curls of his dread at the thought that a strong, bristling limb might unfold from the underbed and hook tight around his ankle, might have already done so, might already have him. He begins to hum. He works his hands across the bed top. He forgets how time passes. Perhaps his feet shift. There was, but no longer seems to be, the question of whether he would falter at the sound of a clicking voice trickling up from beneath the bed now, calling to him. There is no longer the question of whether he would know how to answer, of how he would frame his reply. Thank you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for being here.
Hi, my name is Nabil Ayers, and I'm going to read a piece that I wrote for Vox last year about the time that my band went to jail. My bandmates and I stopped for early morning gambling in Las Vegas after leaving Los Angeles late at night. We knew we had plenty of time to reach Salt Lake City, and it felt good to get out of our van, which already smelled of day-old Arby's bags and unshowered men. We'd recently left our hometown of Seattle for a 6-week tour, scheduled to run from October into December. It was 1995. The guys in my band loved to smoke pot, so much that they insisted on bringing 3.5 ounces, enough to last the entire tour. Rather than buying second-rate weed in every city, they figured they'd be smart packing dozens of small baggies. Only one baggie would be kept in the van, while the remainder sat hidden in Tupperware containers in the trailer that carried our gear, invisible and scentless among dozens of cases and boxes. As a non-smoker, I wasn't thrilled with this plan, but I'd only been in the band for a year, and I didn't feel comfortable speaking up. It's not that I thought my bandmates, friends, who I liked and trusted, would have kicked me out, but I don't think they would have agreed to travel without pot. Our last tour, and my first, had been cut short when the headlining band, the Circle Jerks, had broken up mid-tour in Detroit. All I wanted was to play drums in a different city every night, so I decided to not rock the boat. 2 days into our tour, we were stopped at a police roadblock in the middle of the Utah desert. Most of us had been asleep before waking up to military fatigue-clad men with dogs surrounding our van with obvious suspicion. A short conversation ensued, in which the driver, our singer, revealed to the officer and his bandmates that he'd been driving without a license. The next few minutes passed very slowly. I tried to project innocence and patience as several officers fired questions through every open van door and window. No, we did not have weapons. Yes, we were in a band. I visualized the best-case scenario in which they waved us onward, and I prepared for the worst, in which I was stuffed into a jail cell. At that moment, I became acutely aware that I was the lone non-white person in the van. While I tried to not think about how that might affect me differently than my bandmates, I couldn't help but wonder how the white officer's behavior toward me might change once they read my name on my driver's license. Despite our repeated refusal, a thorough police search ultimately took place. We sat breathlessly, communicating only with our eyes, awaiting the safe sound of the trailer's metal door slamming shut. But we never heard that sound. When an officer instructed us, no talking, we knew we'd been caught. Felony possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance was the charge, which, because of the large quantity we carried, could mean a mandatory prison sentence. The handcuffs felt heavy as they locked onto my wrists, correcting my posture and pulling my hands back toward my heels. I tasted the dry desert and the dark, metallic blood taste of fear. None of us had a criminal record, and luckily the jail was full, so we were released under the promise that we'd return 2 days later for a hearing in the small town of Fillmore, Utah. I immediately abandoned my bandmates and got a ride 2.5 hours north to Salt Lake City, where I'd lived during high school. I stayed with my aunt and uncle, who'd planned to see our band that night, but instead hosted me alone. I spent most of that night awake in bed, feeling helpless and wanting daylight to appear so I could start calling lawyers. I thought about what my friends from college would think. 2 years ago, we'd all been on the same track. Now, they were graduate students and professionals, but I was in jail, accused of being a drug dealer. I felt alone and ashamed, and I desperately wished I could erase the past 48 hours. Still, my good luck wasn't lost on me. I'd graduated from high school in Salt Lake City, the state capital, where many of my friends' parents were attorneys, politicians, and prominent business people. While the others arrested that day awaited meetings with small-town public defenders, I called everyone I knew to compile a list of the best criminal attorneys in the state. At the top of everyone's list was one name, which always carried the caveat, "But you probably won't be able to get him." I recognized his name from when a friend house sat for his family. When I called my friend to tell her about my situation, she called me right back to say that the lawyer would see me that afternoon. His reputation had brought to mind an image of a man in his 50s, imposing, with a furrowed brow and a strong stare. The real lawyer was younger, more professorial in his well-cut suit. "There's something here," he responded when I finished my account of the day. "It'll be $10,000 to get through the preliminary hearing. That's where I'll contest the search. If it goes beyond that, we'll have to talk about money again." I agreed on the spot, knowing I could scrape together my $2,000 share, and correctly assuming that my bandmates felt the same way. When I wasn't touring with my band, I earned $8 an hour working at a record store. I lived with 4 roommates in a house with 1 bathroom and a total rent of $770 per month. I had no savings, but I hadn't felt the slightest reservation about the legal fee. I saw no other option. I would have agreed to $10,000 for myself alone, knowing that I had parents, relatives, and friends who would help me get out of my predicament. In the elevator, I thought about the long list of people I knew I could count on. It made me feel safe, secure, and very fortunate. We occupied cold metal chairs in the brightly lit Fillmore courtroom, where behind us sat 4 men in orange jumpsuits, each wearing handcuffs. That could have been us, I thought. If the jail hadn't been full, we would have been in orange jumpsuits, locked up for the past 2 days. I assumed they were locked up because they'd hit the roadblock before us. But it was possible that these men, with their downcast eyes and multiple tattoos, just hadn't impressed the judge in the way that we apparently had before he released us. He might have seen them as belonging to a different social class and preferred that they remain locked up. We, on the other hand, posed less of a threat in our jeans, t-shirts, and relatively short hair. "The case of?" The judge called our names without inflection. He looked around to see who responded, and we sheepishly half raised our hands, catching his gaze. "Stand, please," he instructed. The prosecutor stood on the opposite side of the room, wearing a suit not nearly as nice as our attorney's. He shuffled some papers and read, "Your Honor, the charge is possession of a controlled substance with the intent to distribute." When asked by our judge, I named our attorney. The prosecutor flinched. Then he looked at us in disbelief. I know him well. The judge's tone shifted. His voice lifted with approval, and a small grin pulled at his cheeks. Our preliminary hearing date was scheduled for a December date soon after the tour ended. The tour was brutal. 6 weeks driving around America while the days darkened and iced over as fall turned into winter. We lived between cheap motels and a freezing rented Ryder truck because our comfortable van had been seized as evidence. The same model truck had been used in the Oklahoma City bombing earlier that year, causing us to be pulled over, questioned, and searched daily in the Bible Belt states. Felony charges and prison time hung over our heads, and the worst part was that we couldn't tell anyone. We were about to record a new album, and we didn't want our label to question our future and pull the plug. We've all seen sexy, exciting court proceedings on TV. Judges bang their gavels as arrogant lawyers over-dramatize mundane situations. But in real life, court is dry and uneventful. Our preliminary hearing, however, was more like the TV version. My clients were minding their own business, driving to work. They weren't speeding. They weren't doing anything wrong. They were stopped at a roadblock, and that's when they ran into this nightmare in Fillmore. Our attorney held a dramatic pause after accepting the judge's offer to speak on behalf of his clients. Their civil rights were violated. They refused to be searched 3 times, but these officers kept pushing and ultimately conducted a completely illegal and immoral search of my client's van and personal property. He was on stage for us, for the prosecutor, and for the judge, who imposed the exact punishments he'd predicted. The rightful owners of the pot each received a $300 fine, and the charges against me were dropped completely. My record would be expunged as if the arrest had never happened. We looked at each other in gleeful disbelief, more confident than ever that we'd hired the right guy. We each shook our lawyer's hand, because that's what happened in TV court. Then the prosecutor shook each of our hands, smiling as if he needed us to like him. As we left the courtroom, both he and one of the arresting officers approached us with small pads of paper, asking for our autographs. We obliged, playing the part of the 90s Seattle band they'd incorrectly assumed we were. It stung a little bit, pretending to be famous when we were touring in a van as an opening band, where I made the same amount as I did working at the record store when I was home. I sometimes wonder what happened to the men in the orange suits. If they'd had the connections and the money, they might be telling their version of this story. And if I hadn't had the connections and the money, my life might be drastically different. It was the first time I'd experienced privilege of such magnitude, and I was conflicted with feelings of relief, guilt, elation, and sympathy. I tried to justify the outcome. What if they were guilty of real crimes? Or worse, what if they were sentenced to 60 years in prison for something petty, adding to the many recent cases of extreme sentencing in the United States? But then I kicked myself for making assumptions. I have no idea why they were arrested or how their cases turned out. We bid our attorney farewell, and we promised he'd appear first on the thanks list on our new album, which he did. He promised he'd come see us play in Salt Lake City, which he did not. I've held on to the stack of paperwork I have from the state of Utah. It includes a letter ensuring me that if I'm ever asked if I've been arrested in connection with this incident, the answer is truthfully no. I refer to it as my $2,000 letter, the one that allowed me to keep living my life.
Hi everyone, I'm Tasha. I am here in my bedroom in Chicago, and I'm excited to read a couple of things for you. Thank you so much for having me and for watching. I'm gonna first read a little poem, and I haven't read a poem out loud in a long time, so this is exciting for me. And then I'm going to read a longer piece that I wrote for a new beauty blog called Adam that is kind of about my beauty philosophy, you could say. So the poem first. It doesn't have a title. Darling girl, look what you have made for yourself in the blueless wake of this year's dragging, haggard tumult. An improbable sweetness stained to your lips, your breath somehow a sugared candy glistening and lemon tart. Look how you have made of every cruising road a bed of your own, every held hand a solve. Maybe today and every day, the morning sleeve of pale white light will remind you not of night's unwelcome crowd of bird over fear, foul and deep, but instead of your own small worthy heart and its necessary song, its incessant tendency to cling, in fact a blessing. And are we not all, each of us, every day pleading for a kind of crescent nook to rest in a moment before tomorrow, pressed against some love? You are so tired and so strong. An expertly tender squeeze. Perhaps your bleary-eyed crying whisper and croon is enough. Okay, and then for a slight change of energy, this piece is called Radical Black Women Inspired My Beauty Routine. And I wrote it kind of in this venture I'm trying to make into more essay writing, I guess, and okay, here it goes. Beauty has always been taught to me through the lens of whiteness. As a teenager, I snipped images of thin white models like Carly Kloss from Vogue and taped them onto my bedroom walls. My predominantly white high school and college reinforced the notion that access and proximity to whiteness was a source of power. I witnessed this through classmates whose unspoken popularity contests modeled that of hierarchical white supremacist structures. That, coupled with my teenage desperation to be liked, desired, and welcomed by the people around me, clouded my ability to recognize my own blackness as a source of power and beauty. Outside of these institutions, I grew up with little guidance on what it meant to prioritize my own rest, care, and beauty. No one pressed me to define those ideas on my own terms. Only after rejecting all Western conceptions of beauty, which teach us to value whiteness and wealth above all else, have I come to understand my own blackness, queerness, wellness, and desirability. In an act of needed self-preservation, I started changing the images surrounding me. On my small and earnest Tumblr account, I began reblogging and saving the selfies of Black women. In my journal, I copied their affirmations of love and affection to themselves and to each other for my own safekeeping. There, I found a community of proud, stylish, and smart Black women. These women were politically engaged and eager to uplift each other. Through this digital platform, an entirely new world opened up to me, one that felt like a supportive and infinite space. Suddenly, the attitudes and opinions of white women who constantly questioned my confidence, seemed insignificant and discouraging, at least compared to what these Black women celebrated in themselves, in each other, and helped me to uncover in myself. There are many racist reasons it took so long to realize the media that I consume, the institutions that I move through, and the state that demands labor from me are not structured to function in my interest. They are, in fact, intended to destabilize and inhibit my very self-interest. It's only been recently, through an intentional practice of undermining the power of capitalism, and by extension, patriarchy, white supremacy, and anti-Blackness, in my daily life, that I've learned to value my own body's beauty and wellness, unattached from heterosexual desirability or productivity. So I build my days around rest and care. I make a life of writing soft songs about my bed and my heart and the people whom I love. Each morning, I relish in the comfort of my bed, taking notice of the light and the feel of my skin. I drink lots of water and spend time moving my body. I indulge in my skincare routine. For a few hours each day, I read Black writers. I return to books by Audre Lorde, Assata Shakur, Toni Morrison, words from Mariam Kaba. They remind me of the world that is possible when Black women are able to thrive. In this world, gentleness is a cure and a force. In this world, languor, closeness, and freedom are right in front of us. The state does not want Black women to feel beautiful, to sleep in a large, comfortable bed for as many hours as they choose, to have access to things to make them feel whole or healthy. The state fears the power of a Black woman who has time on their hands, who is pampered, who has the space to imagine softness, for this kind of power is dream making. This kind of power organizes communities, gives free food away to families on the south and west sides of Chicago, frees people from jail, topples colonial statues, erases the need for policing. When we care for ourselves, we care for each other. As long as we live in a capitalist, carceral state, my wellness will always exist in opposition to the state's function and power. That is why my rest, my ardent dependence on my own care, my own value, my own beauty, will always be dangerous, important, and life-sustaining. Okay, well, I hope that these words bring you a bit of softness and that you're able to take something with you into the rest of your week and weekend. Thank you again for having me.
Hello, I am Jim O'Brien, and I want to, first of all, thank you for being here, for watching this. I'm so happy and proud to be part of Pygmalion and honored that they have asked me to help out with the marathon. We've done a poetry marathon the previous 2 years. It was live that I was, again, honored to host, and now this year we are virtual. So everything's pre-recorded, but not necessarily edited. So I also am with the CU Poetry Group, a weekly poetry workshop that had met for every Tuesday for 7 years. And then with COVID now, we are also remote doing that on Zoom. But last year we did put out an anthology called Crows on a Line, and I'm going to read a poem that I had in that anthology called Fledgling Poem. It's a poem I wrote for my wife because I don't write enough for her. Fledgling Poem. If you believe a sonnet can be a map to the heart and that a lifetime of love started with you kissing me, then you might also know the sublime magic of the full moon shining down on us walking in the silvery light. You know the way my heart skips when it sees your smile, hears your laugh, wakes up in the night and then rests peacefully until morning with your breathing. You might feel each day and night fly by like a falcon returning to roost on the falconer's arm, outstretched but not reaching, holding tight in its glove, trusting each moment as the falcon lands at home in the bond they share. And next is a poem called Birth of a Muse. It's a newer poem as well. Cornrow oceans wash over your memories of standing on the beach, where you faced the breezy gulf defiant as a silo. With your towel tied around your neck, billowing like a cape, I thought you could fly. But you stayed, staring down the sunset as we became the stars. This next poem I wrote for our friend Abby. It's called Locomotive. A steam engine shines its unwavering headlamp toward the horizon, pressing on over a bridge, a green valley opening below. The silent engineer knows her train's history, marked by a million turns of these wheels, wheels that are mostly air, separated by spokes, revealing no secrets to the curious, the passengers in the luxurious Pullman car. The vanishing point is unreachable. Her strength is internal. In times like these, with so many forests, So many trees, she keeps shoveling the coal. Combustible power builds, turning the wheels through turbulent spaces before rolling into peaceful stations. Peaceful stations. Peaceful stations where she is the first morning's light. The mountains are her mirrors. She knows these rails, made from steel and steam. As if awakening from a dream, she arrives calling out, "All aboard, all aboard, all aboard." Next poem I would like to read is one I wrote for our friend Jill. Dragonflies. Double-winged bodies on a green and blue dress draw me into the shade, where said dress shimmies in what little breeze filters down through the trees, lifting the hem so the dragonflies move up and down as if they could hover or even fly off the dress on the hanger in this tent at the art fair, where the woman with eyes on her skirt fans herself, wondering how it could be so hot so late in the year. She thinks about the coming winter, calculating how much cotton and dye she should buy for the next year, as if this is all she will need. And this is all anyone could ever need. And this next one is called Love Comes to Town, or Let's Hope It's Not the End of the World. Raise high the roof beam, carpenters, and lift the choir higher. For love's no longer just a dream, we've set this bed afire. With legs and limbs locked in a maze and sleeping skulls set gaze to gaze, we'll leave a fossil most exquisite should mass extinction come to visit. When I wrote that, mass extinction seemed laughable. Now it almost seems possible. But, you know, nobody goes to a Stones show and wants to hear the new stuff. So I'm going to read some old classics. Favorites, maybe. This first one is called Cadillac Ranch. And if you've seen me read in the last 2 years, you have a good chance of hearing this before, having heard this before. Cadillac Ranch. We were between Arizona and Missouri on the Blue Highway, making our way from California to Illinois, New Mexico painted in our rear view, and Oklahoma still a half day away. Approaching Amarillo, running low on gas and coffee, a hand-painted sign roared Cadillac Ranch and pointed an arrow to the right. We peered across the April corn seedlings to a frontage road. There, in the afternoon sun, a row of chariots rose like gods out of the Texas dirt. We took the off-ramp and circled back, parking our Camry at a humble distance. I wished we'd had a beer or a whiskey or any sacrament as we approached this hallowed ground. I'd seen it once on 60 Minutes in the 70s, heard Springsteen sing about it in the 80s, and there, in 2008, I was minutes away from touching this legendary piece of public art. What struck me first was the silence of the 10 caddies, perched like sphinxes in the middle of this field. We didn't know they were buried at the same angle as the Great Pyramids of Egypt. We didn't know it was originally a tribute to the evolution of the great Cadillac tail fin. We only knew what we saw. 10 big old dinosaurs buried nose down in the dirt. We marveled at the modern hieroglyphics spray-painted over every exposed inch of metal. We climbed inside and left an offering of our initials on the dash. With the reverence of monks, we departed back to our own car, our own road, our own journey toward home. But I still remember those caddies every time I pass a junkyard or hear Bruce Springsteen singing about them on the radio. Cadillac, Cadillac, long and dark, shiny and black. So I also, on occasion, do this thing, well, before March, where I'd go set up a typewriter at an art fair or any other event and type poems for people on the spot. And I'm going to read a few of those that seem to almost have lives of their own. This first one, at one of these fairs, a young woman, probably late high school or early college, and her family came by. And she was carrying a camera, and on the table with the typewriter, I have a pack of tissues, and she said, I want you to write a poem about that pack of tissues. And I said, I got this. So, still life with tissues. One might expect apples in a bowl, or maybe a wine glass in a cabaret, but this was a half-empty travel pack of facial tissues, or maybe it was half full. Is it the artist's place to judge, or merely to represent what they see and deliver it in oil or pastel, or maybe film? A photographer wandering an art show, capturing images so beautiful, so lifelike, you can't help but tear up at the honesty and the tragedy of not having a Kleenex handy. This next one I wrote for a teacher. Bless the teachers. This was last year. So when there was some normalcy and she was nearing retirement and was looking for some inspiration. And it's titled Dig, Dig, Dig. Hi-ho, hi-ho. You know how it goes from there. Fairy tale mine workers will try to sing you into a whistle, but whistling doesn't help when you have a room full of kids waiting on your every move. You see them day in and day out and try to remember what you loved about this when it started, when it was a calling. Some days the love is still there. Other days you just feel like you're going deeper into the mine. No light, no canaries to warn you that the air is thinning. Just that drive inside your heart that leads you to swing the pick one more day, hoping for silver. This next one was for our friend Mindy. In any tongue. Before text, Mindy, who has a beautiful voice, by the way. Okay, in any tongue. Before texts, before likes and tweets, when telephones were our only social media, the sound of our voices made our hearts sing. Before caller ID stole our surprises, we would hold a receiver to our ear and offer a hopeful hello. The best of us could present this as a question or a statement, but now it's all reading, not listening. Still, even now, there are people whose voice is music to our heart's ear. When she talks, it is music. When she sings, it is magic. Whether the groundhog song or you are my sunshine, the love in her heart rings out in her voice. When someone tunes into that frequency of hers, together they will be the songs of the ages. And this next one was written, a young woman wanted a poem about ghosts. So another world for Chloe, wherever she may be. Just because some people don't believe in these doesn't mean they don't exist. What people believe is an unreliable measure of what is real. Over the years, people believed in all kinds of crazy stuff, so why not ghosts? I'm not talking about some sheeted Casper Halloween ghost. I mean the real person who used to be here's spirit. Maybe they died young, long ago when their house was new. Maybe the reason they passed through walls is because the house was remodeled since then, and that wall used to be a hallway. And maybe they're more afraid of us than we are of them. I'm sure Emily Dickinson would be horrified at what we have become. Occasionally people will ask me to write a tribute poem, and there was a ceramics artist at a table next to me, and at the end of the 2 days of the art show, he asked me to write a poem for his daughter. And it is titled The Potter's Hand, for Emma from Dad. We know how time works, always moving forward and never back. That is good because we wouldn't want to live the same day over and over again like a movie. Still, there are times and places we want to cherish forever, times when we're closer in a geographical sense. One gets used to seeing a face, hearing a voice, a laugh every day, and knowing those days are gone is hard. But like the clay that remains on the potter's hand long after the bowl is in the kiln, you will always be in my heart. And that could go out to my daughter as well. Last of the typewriter poems is one I wrote for my wife while we were at Allerton. She loves Allerton Park outside of Monticello, Illinois, and has a photograph of her older brother standing next to the sun singer, kind of mimicking the pose. But that park is very important to her, and I wanted to write a poem for her because we were actually at Allerton. I was typing at an event they were having. So, Sunken Gardens, Floating Dreams for Lori. Rolling hills and hiking trails can open the soul wider than the blue skies. Foo dogs stand guard as dreams come alive and lift your spirits like only Allerton can. The landmarks of this park stitch themselves onto the fabric of our beings with every stroll through the sunken garden, the arbor, the gazebo, and all the other gardens on this grounds. Sewn into this are the memories from a lifetime of visits, a life lived in sun, lived in love, lived in full, and occasionally captured in photos, like that one of your brother in front of the sun singer, reaching out to the sun that you love so much. And again, I'm Jim O'Brien with CU Poetry Group. We also used to have a monthly open mic at the Iron Post, and it's a long way from that coming back too. But again, I'm so happy to be part of Pygmalion. And this last poem I'm going to read is from a poet, Maggie Smith, who was one of the featured poets a couple of years back, maybe 4 years ago. Pygmalion, as you should know, if you have been around, or even if you haven't, their website has all of the past Pygmalions and the past readers. You can see how many amazing writers and poets and essayists have been here, and check out all their events. And with these that are recorded, you'll be able to see them again and again. So this poem is by Maggie Smith, who's out of Ohio, and it's called Good Bones. Life is short, though I keep this from my children. Life is short, and I've shortened mine in 1,000 delicious, ill-advised ways. 1,000 deliciously ill-advised ways I'll keep from my children. The world is at least 50% terrible, and that's a conservative estimate. Though I keep this from my children. For every bird there is a stone thrown at a bird. For every loved child, a child broken, bagged, sunk in a lake. Life is short and the world is at least half terrible. For every kind stranger, there is one who would break you, though I keep this from my children. I am trying to sell them the world. Any decent realtor walking you through a real shithole chirps on about good bones. This place could be beautiful, right? You could make this place beautiful. It's Good Bones by Maggie Smith, and I am Jim O'Brien. Thank you very much.
Once came across a blind dinosaur. We foresaw what went and came before us. Do you even think he saw us? But like Taurus, I'm relentlessly pacing, chasing a deeper view. Socially conditioned, positioned without a right to choose. Right to choose. If I had a right, I choose left. No quest. Stabbing ready when you're not like my guy. Why clef? Everybody's got a status they're chasing. They're taking hits without a